teams 5 minutes.
This is your guide to Goalball. The aim of Goalball is to throw a 1.25 kilogram ball into your opponent's goal and to prevent your opponent from doing the same. At the end of the match, the team with the most goals wins. It's a simple premise, but there's so much that adds layers of intrigue. At official competitions like the Paralympic Games, Goalball can be played by athletes who are blind or partially sighted. All players must wear eye shades to aid in the competition. Players have some audio and tactile cues to help them locate the ball and their surroundings. The lines on the court are slightly raised so players can feel where they are on the court. Added to that, the 1.25 kilogram ball has bells within it to help players locate its position. That's right, by the way, 1.25 kilograms. Goalball is played on a court of 18 by 9 metres and the goals themselves are the full 9 metre width of the court. In teams of 3, players take turns to attack and defend depending on possession of the ball. It requires great toughness and durability as the game is played on a hard court with limited protection, and the only way to stop the ball going in is to block it, sometimes by hurling yourself across the hard court to make spectacular saves. In attack, different throwing techniques are used to generate power and accuracy and to try and dupe the opponent. The most common is the discus throw, where players spin and release akin to a discus thrower. A popular move, coined the Brazilian special, involves powering the ball backwards through your own legs. Players aren't unlimited in their options though. Among the rules is a requirement for the ball to touch the floor in both your own and your opponent's half, much like a ping pong serve, to be a legal throw. At the Paralympics, throws have been measured at over 60 kilometers an hour as the best players in the world look to fire their way to glory. The USA are the most successful country at the Paralympics, with both their men's and women's teams winning a combined 13 medals over the years. Their women's team have also got the most World Championships podiums. In the men's, the USA are also the most decorated with 5 Paralympic medals, closely followed by Lithuania with 4. Goalball is played all around the world at the highest level at world and regional championships in Europe, Africa, the Americas and Asia and Oceania, as well as lots of smaller competitions. So what are you waiting for? Check Goalball out now.
Good morning, everyone. Well, it's a busy day of action. We're into the quarter-finals of the Goalball tournament here at the IBSA World Games here in Coventry. As it is Lithuania-Turkey, the first of the 7 matches on court and the first of 8 all day. Lithuania are number 1, Montvidas, number 2, Jonakaitis, Prejarauskas, number 3, Pavliukin at 7, Przalskis number 7, Aigminas number 9, Janika, Skinulis and Alexiev are the coaching staff for Lithuania. And for Turkey, well, they are Alkan in number 1, Yilmaz 2, Tekin 4, Akyuz 6, Karakaya 7, Kurt 8, Incha is the head coach, Polga and Balikci are the other members of staff. So we are officially underway. The quarterfinals start. No chance for a side who's lost in the group stages to rectify that in your next game. You lose here, you're simply out of the chance of winning the gold medal. If you win, you still carry on that chance to be winning a gold medal and on to the semi-finals, which of course take place tomorrow. Turkey in going left to right in their blue shirts with white tinge on it, and Lithuania in their sort of black strip as they go from right to left. As the opening goal for Lithuania, in by Genrik Pavliukanets. We know how good his shooting could be, shown that all week. Helped on him by Bilal Tekin. And the opening goal is a Lithuania one. And they have the early breakthrough. Przalskis with the attempt, kept that well. Effort by Tekin is one that Pavliukanets just parries forward and not behind him. We'll reveal who the 3 players are on court for each very shortly. For Lithuania, they are number 3, Przalskis, number 5, Przalskis, and number 7, Pavliukanets. For Turkey, it is number 4, Tekin, number 1, Alkan, and number 7, Tunçay Karakaya. But if you are just tuning in, you missed the first 90 plus seconds. Genrik Pavliukanets has put Lithuania into the lead as they lead by 1-0. And this one, of course, how the quarterfinal duels work in the men and the women's. Of course, 2 groups, 4 go through out of 6. Lithuania were top of one group, Turkey were 4th in the other one. So second will play 3rd, first will play 4th in the draw for the men and the women's. Of course, Lithuania, Japan, Korea, Finland were the 4 from the first group to go through. GB and Egypt eliminated. Ukraine, Iran, USA, Turkey through in the other group. Australia, Argentina eliminated. Pavliukanets with the effort low, kept that well by Karakaya. As Lithuania now go 2-0 up. Pavliukanets with it again. Right arm throw, he gets his technique, the ball right above his head. Aiming for the power, it bounced high off the side of the centre. Alkan, and it's 2-0 Lithuania. Going into this, you probably felt Lithuania were the favourites for it, and they're certainly proving that on court. With this 2-0 lead they've got with 9 minutes 28 of this first half remaining. Remember, right now on court in Hall 2, Great Britain women against Brazil women. So probably the toughest test Great Britain could have had for their next game, which is, of course, the quarter-finals against the Brazil side, who we know are very well recognised on the goalball stage. So Turkey will have the attempt as Karakaya carries the ball from the far side to the side he's playing in. Kept out by both Przalskis and Przalskis. Lithuania were top of the first group in the men's division. They Had just the one defeat to their name, which was against Korea. They won all the rest. So they were pretty imperious in the group stages, barring that one hiccup, that comeback win against South Korea. They scored 55 goals in their 6 matches in the group stages. Conceding just 26, that is a pretty good record. Kept out by Bilal Tekin. The subs, by the way, for Turkey, Yilmaz, Akyüz and Kurt. For Lithuania, their subs, Montevilas, Jonakaitis and Eigminas. The officials on court for this one are Raquel Aguado and Antonios Christodoulos. The effort from Przerauskas is one that is kept hold of by Karakaya, who tries to beat Pavliukenet, but he's equal to his attempt. And the effort has gone off the post, bounced off Pavliukenet, and Turkey pull one back with Tunçay Karakaya. It's really unfortunate for Pavliukenet to that effort, bounced back off the post and then went off the back of him and in. He did so well in the first place to actually get a touch onto the post. The faintest of touches anyway. But Turkey have pulled one back. They only narrowly yesterday lost to Iran on this court, as well as beating Argentina on Sunday in the first day of action. They were nearly able to equalise when Lithuania's defence turned it onto their own frame of the goal. As this may have just sparked Turkey into life here. After that goal from Karakaya. Here in Coventry, the CBS Arena, first of 7 on this court today. 4 men's quarterfinals, 3 women's. The other women's one right now on court in Hall 2, with Great Britain taking on Brazil. Here though, Turkey are 1, Lithuania 2, 7 minutes, 8 seconds remain. Pavliukenet's going for it, through the middle, but Alkan keeps it out. Off the court it goes, despite his best efforts to claw it back onto the left side of the court. Goes over the neutral area, and it will be a Lithuania ball. Przerauskas' effort kept out by Bilal Tekin. Kept out by Przerauskas. For Lithuania, the centre, the number 5. They have a very, very settled lineup, do Lithuania. So it has been shown right throughout the week on court. Karakaya now will look to try and equalise for Turkey with an effort, which he will do! So Turkey pull it back. Tunçay Karakaya from the goal line. Lovely discus type throw right along the floor. Stayed low. I think Przerauskas and Pavliukenet just seemed to get in each other's way. Both wanted to stop it. Both couldn't stop it. And Lithuania have no lead anymore, because it's now 2-2 here on court. Really good entertaining start so far to this. Less than 6 minutes to go of the first period, and we've already got 4 goals. So Justas Przerauskas will now have the latest attempt for Lithuania. Kept out by Alkan. Pavliukenet, we've already seen the quality he possesses. This time goes centrally. When he seems to get it away from the centre and aims for the corners, particularly over to the far side, he always seems to find a goal from somewhere. Does Genrik Pavliukenet, but not to be at the moment. Has already got 2 to his name. Couldn't on that occasion, though. Ticking go for it. Oh, nearly finding a way through. Brzezowski stretched to keep it out, but couldn't. It did come off the feet of Brzezowski. Crucial stop that. He was pretty much on the goal line when he kept it out. It's going along the floor. It's Brzezowski with the effort. Alkan kicking it into Tekin, who keeps it out as well. Effort by Tekin is one. There it is. Not quite gone in. So close was Tekin to making it 3-2. Four minutes, 40 seconds. It has been a very fast-paced first half. If this first game of the quarterfinals today is going to be like this, hopefully we get more of the same on court throughout the day. As the winner of this will play Iran or South Korea in the semi-finals tomorrow. And of course, it was interesting for Turkey because they had to watch Ukraine and USA men take part in their game yesterday, and it's 3-2 Lithuania. They're back into the lead. An effort through the centre which bounced, went off the side of the Turkey defence and in. And Lithuania regained the lead. As you could tell by the cheers from the Lithuanian bench over on the far side, they are in that sort of right corner, as you can see on the stream if you have got full vision or you are sort of partially sighted. So of course, if there is to be a draw come the end of the 24 minutes on court, it will be golden goal. But if there isn't to be anything found, of course, it'll be 2 periods for that to be found. That would be some interesting drama. So Turkey call the timeout. Well, as I was saying before, Lithuania were to get their third goal. Turkey had to see how Ukraine and USA would get on yesterday. As Lithuania 3-2 up, that's the goal that's put them back in front. Of course, with Ukraine and USA drawing yesterday, it meant that USA would finish third in the second of the men's group. So Turkey would drop down to fourth and play the winners of the first group, which were Lithuania. Of course, Ukraine, by the way, top that second group. Well, here is what is to come the rest of the day. The men's, of course, Iran take on South Korea, Ukraine, Finland, and then Japan, USA. It's the final men's game. 3 women's quarterfinals on court. Japan, USA, China, Germany, and Canada, Israel. Great Britain, Brazil right now taking place on court in Hall 2. The only match, by the way, on that court. And it's now 4-2 Lithuania. Brzezowski giving them their 2-goal cushion back. Great effort. The discus-style throw, it bounced, it had everything on that shot. And they are now 4-2 up. With 3 minutes 24 of this first period to play as Brzezowski gets his chest in the way of the effort. It was just sort of moving up in the air and it actually tapped off the top of the net. Not once but twice as they kept it out. So Genrik Pavliukinets is going to line this up. Pretty tame effort by his own admission. As Alkan keeps it out. is a couple of Turkey fans in attendance. The Turkey flag is waving just below us on our camera position. Of course, the Lithuania fans have been quite loud at times during the tournament, supporting the men's team, but no noise from them as of yet, of note. Sometimes we'll hear them shout Lietuva, which of course is the name of the country in its language. So the court will get a bit of a brush on the Lithuania side. Of course, the surface has to be smooth, so it's easy for the players' mobility to move around and stop shots defensively. Interesting that only one side of the court was white, which was the right side where Lithuania are defending in at the moment. Kept out from Tekin's effort by Brzezowskis and Przeworskis. Left arm throw. Alkan saves, tips off the court. Well, they've won 2 of the 3 games they had on this court in the first phase, did Lithuania. Turkey won 1 of 2. The only loss Lithuania had was to lose to Korea. They won 13-3 over Great Britain men, 10-3 over Japan. Turkey beat Argentina, then lost to Iran yesterday, as they nearly go 5-2 up with Przeworskis' effort denied in the nick of time by Karakaya. And out of court with his feet by the centre, Mantas Brzezowskis. As then the effort comes in from Pavlyukanets. That's now 5-2. Alkan tried to stop it. The Turkey centre with his hands, but it's come off the feet of Karakaya. And it's another for Pavlyukanets, another for his country. And it's now Turkey 2, Lithuania 5. In the first men's quarter-final. So Turkey with the next attempt with Karakaya. Right on throw is kept up by Pavlyukanets. Right on throw that we've seen work so well in this game already. Left arm throw by Przeworskis, bounces and is kept out well. Saved by Tekin. So last minute of this half. Turkey 2, Lithuania 5. First quarter-final in the men's goalball tournament here at the IBSA World Games in Birmingham. But Coventry is where, of course, the goalball was taking place as Tekin's effort goes in, but it goes off the court first. Because you can clearly see, if you are watching this, with the ability to see that it was off the court first and bounced back into play, so hence why that won't stand. It's a good effort nonetheless, though. Karakaya, the real danger man for Turkey with the attempt. Low and kept out by Pavlyukanets. Saved by Alkan from Pavlyukanets' effort. As he went through the centre, well, it is absolutely flown by this first period. As the ball just gets a little wipe as one of the officials is just trying to make sure that it's okay for the players. Of course, it can cause problems with handling and trying to save it if the ball is not dry. Tekin's effort again is off the court. Comes in from the far side on the near side to have his attempt, but he always tries to find that far corner, but He's been off the court for a couple of his efforts now. Pavlyukinets' effort is saved low by the chest of Tekin. As the buzzer sounds, while Lithuania decide who were favourites going into this first quarter-final, going with the script as they lead 5-2 against Turkey. Genrik Pavlyukinets has been on form as he has been for the bulk of this tournament so far, as is his team, as they are 12 minutes away from a place and appearing in the last four. It's Turkey 2, Lithuania 5 at the break.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA Anti-Doping App. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Of all these 8 matches taking place in the quarterfinals today, you wonder if there will be an overtime. So Lithuania start, black strip, left to right, Turkey in blue. Of course, overtime is golden goal, 2 halves of 3 minutes. If no goal, an extra throws to determine who's the winner. Of course, that only happens if there is no winner found in overtime. Turkey need to score 3 if that is to be overtime. But the way Lithuania were playing, they're going to have to do very, very well for that to happen, in terms of defending first of all. So Lithuania, as they were, Przejalskis, Brzalskis and Pavlyukinets. Turkey made a change, Tekin off, Orjan Yilmaz on, as he's alongside Alkan and Karakaya on court. Yilmaz's effort, kept out by Pavlyukinets, held on to it after Brzalskis tried to stop it, going in. And his effort is dealt with well by Alkan, who just steers it away from the goal. Anywhere will do, and it was off the court. .45 seconds have past of this second half. Lithuania 5, Turkey 2. Remember, the winners of this will play either Iran or South Korea in the semi-finals tomorrow. Attempt by Yilmaz is kept out by Pavlyukinets. He was trying to go from the near side where he's defending to the far side, where, of course, he was aiming for in the Lithuania half of the court. Pavlyukinets is denied well by Yilmaz. Parazhorowskis now with the latest attempt for Lithuania. Bizarrely, no penalties given away in this game for high balls or not the best throws, but not the case as Mantas Brzezowskis will just knock it off the court. He was thinking about knocking it back to one of his teammates to see if the play would be on for a shot, but it wasn't. It was quite slow for him to actually get it away from the middle line just before sort of going into the opposition half, and he just decided to roll it off the court. Nearly got done by the 10-second rule. Remember, you have 10 seconds to have an attempt in goal ball at the opposition defence. If you don't, you risk giving away a penalty. And that's why we've seen all week in both the women's and men's matches at times, players just throw it off the court when they know they've got little time to set up and get a shot in. Whereas the Lithuania staff are unhappy about something, just as Oljan Yilmaz was lining up an attempt. Clyda Shinaika doing a lot of gestures and gesticulating quite a bit, but of course can't say anything, so he's hoping the officials notice him. Yilmaz's effort is well kept out by Parazhorowskis, got in front of it and kept him out. Dealt with well from Karakaya's effort by Pavlyukinets. So no goals in nearly 3 minutes of action in the second half. Lithuania 5, Turkey 2. 9 minutes 25 seconds remaining. Next up on court, it's the start of the women's quarterfinals here on this court with Japan against USA. And then it will be, of course, the men with Iran against South Korea with, as it stands, Lithuania facing one of them two. Pavlyukinets' effort. Saved well by Alkan, who is able to get down. Latest Turkey effort stopped by Lithuania's. Brzezowskis just blocks it, then throws it back to Parazhorowskis. His effort bounces low, kept out there by Oljan Yilmaz. And then the low effort, which was awkward for Pavlyukinets. Of course, he had to hear where the ball was because of the rattling away and hear the bounces, but he was able to get down low and just make a straightforward stop in the end, as the latest Lithuania effort from Parazhorowskis is dealt with by Alkan and Yilmaz. Took two to deal with that. Unlike that effort from Yilmaz, which Brzezowskis just keeps out. Lithuania substitutions they could bring on Montvidas, Jonikaitis and Eigminas. Turkey could bring back on Tekin, Akyus and Kurt. There's Brzezowskis, who stuck his arm up in the air a few moments ago, wanting his eye shades to be checked, is having that now by Raquel Aguado, the official on the far side. Of course, the court also getting a wipe. His shades are okay. Back to the action we go. Well, Turkey were the last side to qualify in the standings in the second group in the men's tournament. Australia, Argentina eliminated. Underneath them, they did scrape through by the skin of their teeth. If USA didn't draw against Ukraine, they would have been third. So they would have played Japan. But of course, their draw last night in the final first round game in the men's, 2-2 against Ukraine, meant they leapfrogged Turkey into third. Lithuania top, winning 5 of their 6 games. The only one they lost was South Korea, who, as I mentioned, they could meet in the semi-finals tomorrow. And what is semi-final Saturday here in Coventry in the Goalball. So 8 minutes, 2 seconds remain. Timeout called. Lithuania 5, Turkey 2. Back underway we go. The effort from Yilmaz is kept out by Lithuania. But Izalski's thrown it to Pavliukianets. Lithuania just called a timeout just after one was called to delay the game. As I mentioned, the Lithuania fans who shout Lietuva throughout the week are doing it again. Using this opportunity as a good one to get their chants across. Of course, because the stoppage in play, you can chant, you can, of course, have your electronic devices on, but then, of course, when the action back underway, you've got to be quiet, and, of course, everything that you have on you, like electronic devices such as phone or whatever else you have, has to be turned off or silent. So it doesn't affect the players when they hear where the ball is on court. Effort by Yilmaz. Saved by the centre, Brzezowskis. It's a trio that is getting very familiar to regular Goalball watchers. Pavliukianets, Brzezowskis and Przerauskas. All three are very effective. Pavliukianets with the effort. Right arm throw, that technique again where the ball goes right over his head and then it just drops down and then that power comes in. Turkey are there to sniff it out though. Przerauskas going centrally with his attempt. Denied. The effort by Pavliukianets is kept out by Yilmaz from the goal line. Just going a few yards forward, straying forward. Low kept out. No goals in this second period. All of the 7 have come in the first half. Lithuania with 5 of the 7. Hussein Alkan just moving across his goal line. The far attempt goes for it. Whistle called, and it will be a Lithuania penalty. Now the second half may see a goal here from this penalty. As soon as it left Alkan's right hand, the whistle was blown, so they were very much quick on the button to give that. He's gone right to the front to lower the angle for Pavliukianets, but it won't do anything because Lithuania have 6 and it's now 6-2. Here's their semi-final place already assured now. With still just a few minutes to play. Turkey have been better at the back in this second period, but unfortunately just a little error has allowed Lithuania to get themselves another goal and a 6th overall. Is their prospect and chance of winning the gold medal is still going to be carrying on. As it's now 7-2. It's gone through. Somehow found its way, and it didn't actually look like it was going to at first from Justaš Przerzowskis, but it has. Just a little slip of the ball through his hands from Yilmaz, and as soon as it hit the net, he was banging his right hand into the court's surface, and it's now 7-2 to Lithuania. As we still have 5.5 minutes to go.
Substitution for Turkey coming off the court. Number 2, Yunus, was replaced by number 6, Yunus Emre Akgüz.
So Yunus Emre Akgüz is going to go on in place of Ozan Yilmaz, who was the player who helped in the latest Lithuania goal. As we see Yunus Emre Akgüz be introduced. So back to the action we go. It will be a Turkey ball. Kept out by Brzezowskis. Przerzowskis' effort across the floor took a heavy bounce. It's just gone wide of the left side of Akgüz. So 5 minutes remaining here. The first quarter-final goal ball. Lithuania 7, Turkey 2. Winner of this will play Iran or South Korea in the semi-final tomorrow. The first one in the men's. That'll be a 10:15 start. And what a semi-final Saturday in Coventry. Penalty for Lithuania to add to Turkey's misery, which Pavliukinets will not do as he's fired it wide. I think much to the surprise of the Lithuania fans and staff, judging by some of the reactions. Effort in from Akgüz. It's going to be another Lithuania penalty. So it's becoming a bit desperate now from Turkey, who are just losing their focus a little bit. Chance for 8-2 from Pavliukinets. No. Straight into Akgüz, who atones for giving away the penalty. That's the best form of apology. It still remains 7-2. You can't say Lithuania have not had their chances to have a bigger win to their name. And by the way, the first women's quarter-final, what a result this is at the moment. Great Britain lead Brazil. So they are on course for a place in the semi-finals. which you can, of course, keep a close watch on. You can just see what's going on court in Hall 2, with them leading 2-1. So if you were to leave this stream and go on to the GB Brazil game, which is a lot closer, then I certainly wouldn't blame you. If you are still here, Lithuania 7, Turkey 2 in the first of 4 quarterfinals in the men's category being played today. Pavliukinets are going to be Akers. He does this time. So it is in, and it is now Lithuania in front further, as they are 8-2 in front. As Pavliukinets gets it in past Karakaya. So Turkey a change, with Karakaya is to be substituted, and his replacement is going to be Asim Kurt. By the way, bad news for GB women supporters. They've conceded an equaliser, so it's 2-2 there against Brazil. Can't be long left in that one, and that's going to overtime as it stands. Can't say the same for the first men's quarter-final. Lithuania 8, Turkey 2. So, Asim Kurt on. Looking to make a big impact so soon. But it's off the court and gone straight into Klaidas Janaika and the Lithuania staff on their sort of bench on the left side of the far side on the court. It is out, that effort from Asim Kurt. So under 4 minutes to go, I think we have our first semi-finalist done and dusted. There's the two officials, Raquel Aguado and the other official on court, Antonios Christodoulos, come into the middle to have a discussion about a decision possibly. Lithuania have gone 9-2 up. So they are trouncing Turkey. There was a period where we didn't have a goal in the second period, but Lithuania have been very lethal in that aspect so far. They're the only ones to have bagged in this second half, which has still got over 3 minutes of it to play. Effort by Akers is defended well by Lithuania. So it looks like Lithuania are going to make a couple of changes in the next few minutes. Przeorowskis with that left-hand throw. It bounces and Akers has kept it out. By the way, news update, or score update I should say, in the GB Brazil game. GB 2, Brazil 3. In the first women's quarter-final on the other court. So a change for Lithuania.
Substitution Lithuania going off the court at the 7. Pavliukinets is replaced by number 1. Nerijus Montvidas.
So Nerijus Montvidas about to enter the court. Just puts his patches over his eyes and then the shades go on. Of course, Raquel Aguado's got to check them just to see if he has sort of no easy advantage. They have to be completely dark, don't they? So no see-through element to it. Of course, players can be fully blind or partially sighted playing this. So, of course, they have to make it a fair advantage and fair competition for every player on court. The 6 that, of course, are on court at one time. And then the effort from Przejauskas. And Lithuania have got double figures. That's now 10-2. The left-handed throw, which is the signature attribute to Przejauskas' game, went forward, straight ahead of him, bounced off Alkan and in. And Lithuania really are demonstrating qualities. And why, to everybody, this could be the nation that gets the gold medal here at these World Games. Turkey shouldn't feel like this is a disappointment for them, because they have hit 10 plus or 10 in 2 other matches. Lithuania, of course, scored 13 against GB when the mercy rule applied, when they had their second game on this court during the week. And, of course, they hit 10 past Japan a couple of days ago as well. So, Turkey are the third side they've hit 10 past. So, exactly 2 minutes left. Lithuania 10, Turkey 2. The latest score. Attempt by Montevidasis, kept out well by Alkan. Timeout called by Turkey. So Lithuania 10, Turkey 2. Next up is the second women's quarter-final, the first one on this court. Japan against USA. Well, here's the last couple of goals. Przejauskas has helped himself. Then Pavliukinets, before he went off, would also score. He would slot in a penalty past Akyus. That was the save from Pavliukinets. He would then put the next one away he would get. As you can see there, past the sparing and diving Tunçay Karakaya, who gave the penalty away. Przejauskas would then, left-handed throw, score. As Lithuania would get a few more against Turkey. It certainly is a case of feast and famine coming into play. Lithuania feasting on the goals. It's a very famished one for Turkey this game. So Arturas Jonikaitis is the second change of the day for Lithuania, as he will come on the number 2 in place of Mantas Brzezowskis. Przejauskas going ahead of him, left arm throw. Kept out though by Turkey. And Kurt. No. Akyus with the latest effort. It won't go in for 10-3. Bounced off of Jonikaitis and was kept out by Przejauskas, who is going to be replaced. Of course, with the lead so big and so comfortable, it's a chance to just give a rest to the star players in Przejauskas. Pavliukinets has been off for quite a while, so Uojas Eigmanas is going to be coming on for the final 93 seconds. As it is the first time in this game that they've got a completely different set of players on the pitch that started. So Brazil have beaten GB by 3-2, so they are the first women's side in the semi-finals. They will, of course, play Japan or USA, which is coming up next on this court, which will be the first semi-final tomorrow. So, commiserations to Team GB. Of course, the GB men not in the quarterfinals. They were knocked out of the sort of first phase of the competition. Their only win to date was that win against Egypt. But here, Lithuania coasted into the semi-finals and have been for a large period of this second half.
34 seconds remaining. Lithuania 10.
So 34.3 seconds to go. It is Lithuania 10, Turkey 2. Timeout called, and if I was to make a prediction, I think this Lithuania side may be one of the two finalists. Certainly them and Ukraine for me have been the two teams that have really jumped off the page and been exciting and the best two. Because it doesn't matter what you've done previously, it's what you do now and in the present. Lithuania, since that sort of comeback loss against South Korea, have been simply sublime. As another timeout has been called. Again by Lithuania this time. So 21.1 seconds. Lithuania 10, Turkey 2. Of course, music playing because of the timeout. Classic in Chelsea dagger. Well, what applies to this game is it's Lithuania giving a dagger to the Turkey team because they are 10-2 up. And meaning that Turkey will not be able to be continuing in this competition semi-finals. Kept out well by Jonikaitis. Montvidas here might have the last attempt of the game for Lithuania. Aldcam will just play it to Akius, who won't get time to have a throw because that's it. Lithuania, the first men's team to be in the semi-finals. And what a comfortable victory they managed to achieve against Turkey. 10-2 winners. A side who've been so impressive. It's the third time this tournament. They've already hit at least 10. They hit 13 past Great Britain. They've hit 10 past Japan. Now 10 against Turkey in the quarterfinals. Japan USA is up next in the second women's quarterfinal member. Brazil beat Great Britain on court in Hall 2. Iran Korea is a midday start, with that one being the winners facing Lithuania in the semi-finals. China Germany women quarter past 1, 2:30. Ukraine against Finland men. Canada Israel women rounds off the quarterfinals for the women, and the last men's quarterfinal game is Japan against USA. But the first quarterfinal on court in Hall 1, it's finished Lithuania 10, Turkey 2. Lithuania in to the semi-finals tomorrow.
time to meet the players, starting with Japan. Number 1, Yuki Tema. 3, Eiko Takehata. 4, Saki Nomuro. Non-participating player number 5, Ayumi Kamiya. Number 6, Norika Hagiwara. And number 7, Riko Takahashi. The head coach is Kyoichi Ishikawa. Assistant coach, Sayaka Sugiyama. And staff is Nana Kanashima. And now introducing the United States of America. Number 3, Lisa Jagoski. 4, Asia Miller. 5, Amanda Dennis. 6, Megan Jensen. 7, Eliana Mason. And number 9, Mindy Cook. The head coach is Jake Jagoski. Assistant coach, John Potts. And staff is Jennifer Brown. And introducing your 2 referees, Fariba Mohammadi and Bastian Spans. Thank you, enjoy the game. 5 minutes, teams. 5 minutes.
This is your guide to goalball. The aim of goalball is to throw a 1.25 kilogram ball into your opponent's goal and to prevent your opponent from doing the same. At the end of the match, the team with the most goals wins. It's a simple premise, but there's so much that adds layers of intrigue. At official competitions like the Paralympic Games, goalball can be played by athletes who are blind or partially sighted. All players must wear eye shades to even the competition. Players have some audio and tactile cues to help them locate the ball and their surroundings. The lines on the court are slightly raised, so players can feel where they are on the court. Added to that, the 1.25 kilogram ball has bells within it to help players locate its position. That's right, by the way, 1.25 kilograms. Goalball is played on a court of 18 by 9 metres, and the goals themselves are the full 9 metre width of the court. In teams of 3, players take turns to attack and defend depending on possession of the ball. It requires great toughness and durability as the game is played on a hard court with limited protection, and the only way to stop the ball going in is to block it, sometimes by hurling yourself across the hard court to make spectacular saves. In attack, different throwing techniques are used to generate power and accuracy and to try and dupe the opponent. The most common is the discus throw, where players spin and release akin to a discus thrower. A popular move, coined the Brazilian special, involves powering the ball backwards through your own legs. Players aren't unlimited in their options though. Among the rules is a requirement for the ball to touch the floor in both your own and your opponent's half, much like a ping pong serve, to be a legal throw. At the Paralympics, throws have been measured at over 60 kilometres an hour, as the best players in the world look to fire their way to glory. The USA are the most successful country at the Paralympics, with both their men's and women's teams winning a combined 13 medals over the years. Their women's team have also got the most World Championships podiums. In the men's, the USA are also the most decorated with 5 Paralympic medals, closely followed by Lithuania with 4. Goalball is played all around the world at the highest level at world and regional championships in Europe, Africa, the Americas and Asia and Oceania, as well as lots of smaller competitions. So what are you waiting for? Check Goalball out now.
We're just over a minute away from getting the second women's quarter-final of the day done. And the first one on this court is Japan take on the United States for the right to play Brazil in tomorrow's semi-final. Let's take a look at the teams then for the second women's quarter-final. The lineups then, starting off with Japan. Yuki Tema, number 1. Eiko Kakehata, number 3. Saki Amuro, number 4. Amy Kamaya is the non-participant, number 5. Norika Hagiwara is number 6. Riko Takahashi is number 7. Kyoichi Ishikawa is the head coach. Sayaka Sugiyama is the assistant. And Nana Kanoshima is the other staff member. While for the United States, they have Lisa Czachowski is number 3, Ashley Miller number 4, Amanda Dennis number 5, Megan Jensen number 6, Eliana Mason number 7, Mindy Cook number 9. Jade Czachowski is the head coach, John Potts the assistant, Jennifer Brown is the other member of staff. Well, the rest of the schedule looks like this. We saw earlier on today, Lithuania wiped the floor with Turkey, winning 10 goals to 2. They're in the semi-finals. They play around Korea, who are taking to the court at 12 o'clock. The third women's quarter-final of the day, Germany against China. Ukraine, Finland men 2:30. Canada, Israel quarter to 4. And at 5 o'clock is Japan, USA men. So it will be the USA who will get us started. Navy blue shirts, red on the top of the sleeves, white at the bottom of it, and then of course white going down the sides on left and right on their shirt. Japan in white with red at the top and then the sort of lighter red shade and then going to darker red at the bottom of the shirt to match as well. Now having the latest attempt is Hagiwara for Japan. We'll reveal who the 3 are starting for each country shortly. Hagiwara for Japan. Denied well by the centre for the US. Kakihata. Denied well by Amanda Dennis. Tuchalski, wide. Japan, their three are Kakihata, Takahashi, Hagiwara from left to right. They have Tema Amuro on the bench. And for the United States, it is Tuchalski, Dennis and Mason who are their three starters. Of course, they had their coach, Jake Tuchalski, in the crowd yesterday, cheering on the American men's side after the women's played. They might be doing the same later. They are the final game of the day in the men's category when they take on Japan in the final quarter-final. Remember, Brazil earlier beat Great Britain on court in Hall 2 by 3-2. So the winners of this will play Brazil in tomorrow's first semi-final. Tuchalski turns into the effort, keeps out Hagiwara. Officials, by the way, Fariba Mohammadi and Bash Spans. Tuchalski's effort's tipped away to the left of Takahashi, but tips it into Kakihata, luckily for her. It's now Amanda Dennis. She's moving her arm across the frame of the goal into the middle. Going right close to the end of the court. Kicked out by Kakihata. Away to her left. Stays strong and denies her. So 9 minutes 45 seconds remain. USA 0, Japan 0. Hit the CBS Arena in Coventry. Eiko Kakihata's attempt. It's kept out low, straight at Amanda Dennis. They have Millett, Jensen and Cook on the bench, by the way, to the United States. Tuchalski's effort is tipped out off court by Kakihata. Hagiwara coming from the far side to the near side. Her effort is bouncing, but stays low and then cut out by Dennis, who puts it out for a Japan throw as it went off the court. And back over the court, which of course was in their half first. Dennis is again on it to stop Japan from scoring the opening goal. Minutes 51 seconds remaining of this first period. USA 0, Japan 0. If there is to be no goals or a draw come the two halves and over the course of the game, we will go into overtime. Golden goal, 2 halves of 3 minutes. If no goal scored, then extra throws will of course decide who goes through. Mr. Tuchalski is able to hold on to the attempt from Hagiwara. To the corner on Tuchalski's side, but fires it wide. Well, of course, if you do lose the quarter-final, you're not done yet, because, of course, you will play in the 7th, 8th place match of the tournament, which will be on Sunday. So you won't just be completely out of the tournament. You will have to wait potentially extra couple of days to play your last game of these championships or games. Kakehata going low, going through the middle, but Dennis there to deny. There's no getting past Amanda Dennis at the moment. By Chachowski, kept up by Hagiwara. So 7 minutes 4 seconds remaining. USA 0, Japan 0. Remember, the winners will play Brazil. We beat Great Britain 3-2 in the first women's quarter-final. Kakehata for Japan, trying to go through the middle again. They're not really aiming for the corners that much. Dennis there to hold on. Now she goes to the left-handed throw, discus style attempt, technique throw. Still no goals. We await the first one of this second women's quarter-final. Dennis is very awake and is able to really understand where that ball was moving around when it's sort of close to her. They have a couple of times, Japan, with efforts, tried to go on Chachowski's side. Eliana Mason has been pretty quiet and having to deal with a lot of efforts. Hagiwara now in the centre having a go. It's looking like it was going to be away from Dennis, but she holds on. Dives down, keeps it out. Timeout called by USA. 5 minutes 35 seconds remain. It's USA 0, Japan 0. So of course, unlike sort of 4 nations already, in both the men and the women's, of course, both the Australian sides, Great Britain men, Egypt men, Argentina men, and then the women's, Finnish women, Ukraine women, and Greece women. Of course, those sides are already out. They don't play an extra game after the first round, but if you do go out of the quarterfinals, you will play at least one more game. But if you get to the semi-finals, there is a possibility if you win that semi, you play and go into the gold medal match. And then if you lose the semi-final, you play in the bronze match. So if you do win your quarter-final, you are guaranteed at least 2 more matches to get to victory or get potentially a medal. Dennis's attempt, left arm throw. Not able to get it away from Kakehata though, who's there to keep it out. 4 minutes 50 seconds remaining. Defence is being superior against the attack so far, which is proving inferior. No doubt the sides are trying to score, but maybe haven't quite got there. Aims right on the throws just yet. Mason with an attempt. She's been sporadic so far in this game. Both sides attacking. Profilicacy is really showing, and there's a loud roar from the American defence because Kakehata's effort looked like it was going to go in. And who was there to hear the bounce and react where the ball was going? It was Eliana Mason, who slid in and stopped Japan going 1 goal up as it came off Cichowski. Lisa, that is. Jake, the coach, was letting out a big roar, and fists were together as he was pretty much celebrating because it was a real crucial block. It says goal saving. The stopper's goal saving gets. Mason with a decent attempt, low. Kakehata, 2 hands on it. Keep it out. So timeout called by Japan. It is goalless as it stands. This timeout might be crucial for both these nations because with fine margins on it, they might just maybe tweak certain things on the court and to how they play. Of course, yesterday, Japan were narrow losers to China on this court. The US also did play on this court. They were able to beat Finland. Remember, the winner of this will play Brazil in the first semi-final tomorrow. Hagiwara's effort, kept up by Cichowski, back underway. 3 minutes, 7 seconds remain here in Coventry. Don't often hear in women's sort of games the real ball bounce and really be heard with their efforts sometimes. They do tend to go along the floor with a little bit more spin and power on it. As Mason proves the exception, and that's brilliantly kept out by Hagiwara. There was probably a little bit of panic, but she just gets her right arm out to stop it going over the red goal line and into the goal. A tremendous stop. And we've seen already USA's defence and Eliana Mason make a brilliant stop to make it still 0-0. And it was Japan's turn, and Norika Hagiwara who was able to do that and not allow USA to take the lead. Well, there was the attempt that came towards the Japan goal. It came off Hagiwara, and then she was just able to quickly react. She could probably hear the ball rattling mid-air, so she was able to locate it and understand where it was, and she just clawed it away and clawed it off the court. So that is a real fine stop. To still see no goals scored in this game for either side. So there is change for the USA. So Asia Miller is going to come on. And she's going to replace Lisa Cichowski, who will come off. So the American coach, Jake Cichowski, thinking that a change of personnel on the court is needed at this time. As Miller is to be introduced. Back on the way we are. Hagiwara's effort. It sort of goes, her position's off the court, but it just bounces back into the middle. Not away though from Dennis, who You don't often see players to centre for the USA throughout this tournament, but she is at the moment. Starting that position anyway. She has sometimes ended some games there. Mason with the attempt. One that Japan are able to deal with. She was, of course, playing on the far side in the first half. Now she's on the near side. As the effort from Hagiwara is low. But straightforward for Dennis. So it will be an American ball. Will there be a late goal in this first period? Miller just ran out of room on court as she was just off it when she let fly. Hagiwara with it. Dennis this time trying to use her feet rather than use her hands, and it was Miller who was successful with that rather than Dennis. So 40 seconds plus remain. Mason with the attempts. Denied well by Hagiwara. Who will now give it to Kakehata, who's got to take it on quite quickly. Does so low across the floor, skims along it. Dealt with though by Dennis. As the Japanese team plan a change. So Hagiwara has to go off. And Yukitema will be on. So Japan make a change towards the very end of this first half. No doubt Tema on just for this brief period to try and get them a goal. Tema on immediately with her first shot. No immediate goal, however. As Asia Miller is there to keep her out. So, the first half buzzer sounds, no goals in it. And both sides really can't say they've been better than the other one. It's a very even contest as it reflects on the scoreboard. As it is half-time here in the second women's quarter-final of the day. USA 0, Japan 0 here in Coventry.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA Anti-Doping App. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping, and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
But no goals scored in the next 12 minutes. We go to overtime. Will there be a winner in normal time between Japan and USA, which is goalless at the minute? So it is Japan to start. Left to right they shoot in. Right to left for the United States where they're shooting in. So no changes at the break. Both sides end the half. Let's now start the second. Remember, the next game on court is in the men's, Iran-South Korea. Winner of that will play Lithuania in the semi-finals. Miller with the attempt. Kicked out by Yukitemu. Came right on at the end of this first half for Norika Hagiwara. So USA, Mason, Dennis, Miller, right to left. Right to left for the Japanese is Tema, Takahashi and Kakehata. Speaking of Kakehata, she has the discus attempt throw. Diving in her landing zone pretty much is Amanda Dennis. Tema. Those kept out well by Dennis once more. She has got the scoring ability as well as the defensive ability, so she's a real good all-rounder on court. With the effort, Dennis this time does use her feet to keep out. Just made me look like for just a few brief seconds it might have gone past her, but she said there's no chance of that happening and kicked it off the court. Yeah, trying to go through the middle, but it's kicked out by Reiko Takahashi. Off the court. So 10 minutes 6 seconds remain of this second half and of the game. It's 0-0. Any slight mistake, any mistiming of an interception may probably be what wins the game for either side if there is to be a winner in normal time. There's Americans have stopped a shot from the Japanese, and down is now Mason, who doesn't seem to be all too comfortable at the moment. She's just getting one of the staff members to have a check on her. I think it's Jennifer Brown who's doing that. Well, here's a little replay of what's happened. She's gone on the stretch and yeah, she just got caught, I think, by Amanda Dennis, who may have just had an accidental hand in her face. Of course, we know about what's going on in sport now with sort of concussions and things like that, or any sort of bumps or knocks to the face. Got to make sure you get the all clear, and looks as though Mason's all right. Of course, they will check her eye shades as well, see if everything's okay. She did look a little bit sort of not too all was well, to be fair, for a very small time, but takes a couple of deep breaths and is going to fight on. Miller along the goal line with the throw. That's better. Power on it. And it's tipped aside by Kakehata. As soon as she sort of got her fingertips to it, it looked like it might have just rolled in. But if it was just a little bit more on the inside, USA are into the lead. Tama's effort is kept out by Miller. Japan ball. Kakehata with the spin and effort, just a little bit too straight though. Miller keeps it out. Well, you have to say, in terms of judging where the ball is and whether it's a bounce or one that's just along the floor, both sides' defences have been pretty good dealing with the attempts that they've faced. So you can understand why, if you've watched or listened to the whole game, why this is 0-0 at the moment. As we've nearly seen 16 minutes of action without a single goal to show for it. More for me to tell you about. The winner of this will play Brazil in the first semi-final tomorrow. Japan and USA men will play each other in the final game on this court and in the final men's quarter-final today. Kakehata with the effort. Kept that well. Dennis, now Mason. Effort slowly just goes all the way through to Eiko Kakehata. And Mason is there to deal with it and then pass it to Miller, but a timeout's called. 8 minutes, 4 seconds. Still no closer to finding this winning goal. That may see one of these sides reach the last four here in Coventry, the CBS Arena, which has played host to the Goalball tournament so far at these IBSA World Games. Japan, of course, were second in Group B, or Group 2 in the women's competition first phase. USA were third. Canada and Brazil were able to finish higher than USA in their group. Only China finished higher than Japan, who actually ended the group stages unbeaten, did China. Attempt by Tema, kept out by Mason. As Japan looked to, I think, make a substitution here, which they've been brewing for a little bit of time. Kakehata with the throw. Goes off the court though. So Japan will definitely make this sub once it next goes off the court again. Well, there is a stoppage and there is the chance to do so now. As Yuki Tema, who replaced Norika Hagiwara, is going to go off for Hagiwara. So there's that full confirmation there of Hagiwara coming on. She just has a little smile with the official Fariba Mohammadi. Of course, she's got to put the patches on. Fariba Mohammadi's got to check to see if everything's okay, remember. Of course, they will wear those shades on for the fairness on the competition. Of course, players can be blind or partially sighted that play this. So it means that there's just eye shades on, which Japan have got in sort of pink and white over their eyes. Of course, means that it's not unfair for the next person who may be better sighted than the other players to, of course, not have that. So it makes it fair in that sense. Still no goals here in Coventry. 6 minutes 50 seconds remain. Eiko Kakehata, just one powerful effort may see someone get a goal here. No closer to it though at the moment. Miller's effort is saved well by Takahashi. Hagiwara. Stopping her is Dennis. No way through. No gap either left. Miller attempting it. Low across the floor. Easy for Kakehata, who doesn't even really have to move. Her and Mason, by the way, have swapped sides. Mason now playing on the near side. Miller over on the far side, very close to the US staff, by the way, which is sort of playing directly sort of alongside. But this is where the coaching staff really earn their money. Jake Tuchalski and Kiyoshi Ishikawa, both head coaches of the respective nations. Any decision they make, any sub, any player movement or any player switch on court can potentially lead to the opening goal. Was, speaking of nearly getting the opening goal, was Hagiwara. A low effort, beat everybody, including the closest player to stop it, Asher Miller, but went wide. Well, we saw Lithuania win at a landslide against Turkey in the first quarter-final of the day on this court and in the first of the men's. Anything but that here, completely different between Japan and USA. Five minutes to go. Takahashi with the right arm throw, trying to go to the corner away to her left. Miller stopping it. Not allowing it to go past her or through her. Hagiwara just moving across the goal line. Through the middle she has a go with. Gets out there by Amanda Dennis. Lisa Tuchalski, Megan Jensen, Mindy Cook, the subs for USA. Of course, Japan one player short because of Amy Kamiya's unfortunate absence. As Japan call a timeout. Amuro or Tema could be used for Japan. In Tema's case, it could be being used again. So it is Still 0-0. We are set as it stands for overtime here. Unless we don't get a goal in the next 4 minutes and 20 seconds. US change is imminent. Miller off.
Substitution for USA. Coming off the court, number 4, Asian Miller, is replaced by number 3, Lisa Chakowski.
Lisa Chakowski is the player to come back on. Can she be the American hero? Akiwara will now try and get the goal for Japan. Dennis dived, as did Chachowski, but it was Dennis who dived a little bit more out wide to keep that one out. I think certainly if you were to identify who the sort of player of the match is, I think Amanda Dennis is right up there. There's a serious candidate for that. She's been pretty faultless up to this point. She wants to keep that theme going for the remainder of this game in what stands to be normal time. Remember, the winner of this will play Brazil, who beat GB Women 3-2 on court in Hall 2 earlier this morning. Again, this game has been penalty-free so far as well. So very much sticking to the game plan and very much being very disciplined in their approach. It feels like there's so much concentration on this court by both sets of teams. That's really been a big difference as well, as Mason and Dennis both see the ball come off them. The legs of Mason, the chest of Dennis, and then into Chachowski. Both coaching staff look on, deep in thought. Isn't like other sports sometimes where you can really sort of shout instructions. You have to be quiet. The only way you can give out instructions is if there's a stoppage, the ball's off the court, or you call a timeout. Just like Jake Chachowski's done, the American coach. 0-0 with 2 minutes 33 to go. We had 12 goals in the first men's quarter-final. Lithuania 10, Turkey 2. Next up on this court, Iran take on South Korea. The winners of this game, Japan, USA, will take on Brazil in the first women's quarter-final. The winners of Iran, South Korea in the men's will play Lithuania in the first men's semi-final tomorrow, in what is semi-final Saturday in the CBS Arena in Coventry for the Goalball. Dennis's attempt kept out by Takahashi. I think Japan are going to spring a change. It did look like that at first, but seems as though they've just decided to backtrack for now. Dennis's effort kept out by Hagiwara. Less than 2 minutes for a winner to be found in normal time. Whoever is to get it, my goodness me, they will get a whole lot more appreciation from their teammates than I think they would do in the rest of this tournament. Up until this point. Kakehata trying to find the corner. It had Mason diving, but doesn't touch Mason. He goes off the court for a dead ball. Hagiwara with the attempt now for Japan. From the goal line, coming forward. Bounces, but low, stays and hits the chest of Tchaikovsky. Dennis on it. Timed well though by Hagiwara. I don't think you're going to see two better defences in a single game come up against each other in the men or the women's than this, what we've seen so far. Really is going to be unlucky to see that someone's going to lose this encounter, because we're about to go into overtime. And it has had that feeling, I have to admit, since very early on in the first half. Attempt by Hagiwara. Kept out. Timeout USA. 47.7 seconds. That is how long these two sides have got to find a way through. So, the first half saw two of the better saves and the closest we've come. First for Japan when Eliana Mason got it off her goal line with her feet, and then Hagiwara was able to claw it from her own deflection to stop a certain goal for the USA. And that's really been about it. In what has been a tense old affair between Japan women and the United States women. Some of the games as the first round of fixtures went on and the women's side of the competition did show not many goals within it, but did show a lot of defence. Good work. Sorry, defensive good work. Attempt by Hagiwara. Just seen a member of the American sort of men's staff in attendance get up from his seat and almost tried to appeal. He thinks they should have a penalty. The officials, Fariba Mohammadi and Bas Spans, are maybe discussing that now. This is a huge moment, this. I don't think it's going to be one Japan might save, you know. It is going to be a penalty for the United States, and with 29.5 seconds left, this might be the match winner. Pressure on Japan and on Dennis the shooter, who is denied. Japan have kept it out. Reiko Takahashi does very, very well to keep it out. It wasn't the greatest of efforts by Amanda Dennis. She probably needed to get it far, far away from Reiko Takahashi, and she didn't do so. And Japan, who gave away the first penalty of the game, have managed to keep that out, courtesy of Reiko Takahashi. USA will make a change. Chowski to leave the game again. So Miller is to be coming on yet again. She has a shade check by Fariba Mohammadi. Any decision you make between now and the end of this game is going to be so big. Miller with the effort, kept out by the right hand of Hagiwara. So Japan are going to make a change potentially here, but they have called a timeout. It did look like they were planning to make one, but not so, I don't think. Of course, they have Amuro and Temra on the bench. Of course, Amy Kamiya not participating in this quarter-final. Be interested if they are to get through, she will take part in their semi-final. Should they get through, they will face Brazil, who of course beat GB 3-2 earlier. Lithuania through to the semi-finals. They beat Turkey. The next match, Iran-South Korea, determines who their semi-final opponents are. United States will make another change. 12.8 seconds left to play of this second period. Miller is to go off again. Chowski is going to go on again. So they've at various points in this game swapped to come on and then off. So Chowski's on the near side. Mason over on the far side. In the middle is Dennis. Left-handed throw. Kept out by Hagiwara. Well, this would be last gasp drama. Dennis denies. Hagiwara, the concentration and focus is still to the max. No signs of switching off as it stands by any defence. So the buzzer sounds. No goals in normal time, so we're going to go into overtime. So, extra overtime to be played. If no winners found, we will have extra throws. The closest the Japanese came was via Chowski's deflection. Eliana Mason brilliantly clearing off the line with her feet. And then America would have a chance in the first half. Dennis's effort came off Hagiwara. This time she used a different body part to stop a certain goal, as it was her right hand to claw it out. But then the best chance of the second half would be an American penalty with 29.5 seconds remaining. Dennis denied by Reiko Takahashi. Or Reiko Takahashi, I should say. So we are nearly 2 minutes away from the first period of overtime starting. Japan 0, USA 0. So as explained by the venue announcer, it is overtime, golden goal. 2 halves of 3 minutes for a goal to be scored. If one is gone in, then whatever is left, we finish there. If there is no goal over the 2 3-minute periods, we will have extra throw to determine who goes to the last 4. Winner, remember, of this will play Brazil in the semi-final tomorrow. Will there be signs of potential sort of tiredness creeping in? Of course, Dennis and Mason have been on since the very start for USA. For Japan, Takahashi has been on there from the start as well as Eiko Kakehata. USA ball to start, right to left for the start of overtime. Dennis with the attempt. Kept out well by Takahashi. Remember, any goal now stops this game. Doesn't allow you that chance to try and fight back. Not like you would if you were to go a goal down in normal time. Tchowski with the throw. Kept out well by Eiko Kakehata. Hagiwara denied by Dennis. Japan. Kakehata is on the left. The middle is Takahashi. Hagiwara on the right for the USA. On the right is Mason. The middle is Dennis. The left is Tchowski. 3 on court as it stands. Dennis with this attempt for the United States. Left-handed throw. Missed by Takahashi, but not by Kakehata. Hagiwara with the effort. But straight down the middle again. The corners and the sides not really been aimed for by both sides that often in this game. That's probably why we are into overtime in this game. If they are to aim into the corner, they're probably going to score. Or if they put some power behind it, then it might take a deflection and go in. We've seen near escapes for Japan and the US in the first half of normal time. So it is still 0-0 here on court in Hall 1 at the CBS Arena. Day 6 of Goalball here, second women's quarter-final. Mason with the effort. Kept out well by Takahashi. It's a day for the defenders, not for the attackers or the shooters. Attempt by Dennis is kept out by Kakehata. Hagiwara just moving to the back of the goal line. Kept out by the centre Dennis. Mason with the attempt along the floor. Bounces but saved by Kakehata. Last minute of the first period of overtime. Still we wait for a cheer from the Japan fans and bench. The same for the US, as there's still no goals. Here on court, the CBS Arena in Coventry. The attempt by Tchowski is denied, as is the attempt by Hagiwara. Spin by Dennis. That's a better attempt, but it's still kept up by Takahashi. Japan lining up a change. Muro. Let's get the ball.
Substitution for Japan coming off.
So Kakehata is to be replaced by Saki Amuro. 6.6 seconds of the first period of overtime remain. Remember, one goal gets scored, that's it. And the game is over, and there won't be any more of overtime. As Amuro is on. She's going to be fresh. She just loses her footing as she takes aim. So the first period of overtime still hasn't seen a goal as the buzzer sounds. We'll be back for the second period of overtime shortly. It's still Japan 0, USA 0. No goal in the next 3 minutes. We go into extra throws. So Fariba Mohammadi, the referee on the far side, confirming that Japan will have the ball, and they've made a change. Kakehata back on for the Muro. So we're into the first 15 seconds nearly of this second period of overtime. USA 0, Japan 0. So much on the line here, isn't there? Remember, if you lose, you're not directly going home, but you have no chance of winning bronze medal or even a gold medal for that matter. If you lose, you still stay, but if you win, you go to the semi-finals, where awaiting you is Brazil tomorrow morning. Tapped now by Dennis. Wow, kept out by Rika Hagiwara. So Japan have Kakehata, Takahashi and Hagiwara on the court. USA have Tchaikovsky, Dennis and Mason. Dennis and Mason have put a hell of a shift in. They are going to probably last the full 30 minutes of all 4 periods. Of course, 2 12-minute normal time halves, then 2 3-minute periods in overtime. As we're into golden goal, but as you can see on your stream, if you've got the ability to see, of course, people watching this. If you haven't, for the audio purposes, it is 0-0 as fallen over was Kakehata. She was about to line it up. She just lost her foot in at the vital moment. So Bas Spans and Fariba Mohammadi discussing in the middle of the court what the decision is going to be. Again, one of the American spectators up from the seat. It's one of the coaching members of the men's side. So it is a penalty for the United States because the ball was one that didn't go in the landing area in the US half. So this is the chance to take the US into the semi-finals. They missed one in normal time, remember. And they will miss again. 0-0 it is. The US have had a chance to wrap it up in normal time. Now they had a chance in overtime to wrap it up, and they've missed it. Just wide of the goal, over on the far side. Right on throw, aiming to her left. But it's one that has not been taken and has been passed up by the Americans. Kakehata right arm throw, bounces but is kept out by Dennis. Hit by Dennis again is kept out by Kakehata. Right on the line of the goal line is Hagiwara for Japan. Denied by Dennis. Again, there's just still no way through. I think if we played for 2 days, it feels like we would still not get a goal. 52.2 seconds for there to be a goal in this contest. Mason with the attempt, kept out by Hagiwara. Had to go for it, both Mason and Dennis were trying to get in the way of it. It was Dennis who was successful. USA got to make a change. Miller's to come back on.
Off the court, number 3, Lisa Tchaikovsky is replaced by number 4, Asia Miller.
So again, swapping. Tchaikovsky off this time, Miller on. They have swapped places throughout the game, whether it's been normal time or overtime. Any shot that any nation has now is one that's almost going to be a bit like a penalty in a football match, isn't it? It's going to be tense. Can you keep it out? Nearly get into the extra throw stage if there's not a winner in 32.1 seconds. Iran-South Korea is due to start, by the way, in 9 minutes. I don't think that's going to be happening just yet, so I think we're going to overrun slightly potentially here. Miller for the US. Kept out. Now Kakehata's turn. Denied by the centre. Dennis. Denied by the feet of Kakehata, who did what Takahashi couldn't do, and that was keep it out. Timeout called with 10.8 seconds of the second period of overtime. Golden goal, remember, still 0-0 between the United States and Japan. There hasn't even been many since that first half where any attempt that's bounced or gone low across the floor has been deflected. And maybe been close to getting a goal. It has literally felt like, as I still made the point earlier, if we played for 2 days, I don't think anyone would actually score with 3 players each on the court. Dennis with the throw for the USA. Trying to go through the gap away to the left of Takahashi, but she keeps it out. Now it's the turn of Kakehata. Denied though by Eliana Mason. This is it now. Mason's denied. Buzzer sounds. No goals in 4 periods. We played 30 minutes. We've got absolutely nothing in terms of goals. USA, Japan with a 0-0 draw after 30 minutes. Eliana Mason kept out a Japan effort in the first half. That feels like a long time ago. And then Dennis's effort kept out brilliantly by Hagiwara. It came off it, and then with the right hand pushed it away. America would have 2 chances to score. Penalty right at the end of the second period of normal time. Dennis was denied. A slip by Kakehata opened the door for the US to win it in overtime, which they did not do when Mason's effort went wide, away to Kakehata's right. So maybe the Americans can blame themselves somewhat that they've not sealed the victory here. So we'll be back in around a minute's time as we see who is going to win between Japan and USA with the extra throw shootout here on court. So now we go to the throw to determine who goes through. Bit like a penalty shootout this. 0-0 in 2 periods of normal time and 2 periods of overtime. Japan and USA now contest the shootout to determine who will go into the semi-finals and face Brazil tomorrow morning.
2023 IBSA World Games. Make some noise for the United States of America.
Mohammed is going to explain the process of what happens next. One player each is on to throw against the other one. Murdo is denied. And missed first. It's Murdo against Mason. So Japan missed their first penalty. Mason's turn here for the US. She missed one in overtime. She's missed here though. Brilliant stop by Hamuro. She came right across to her left to tip that aside. So, still, after one throw each in this shootout, no one has yet scored in this game. Tchaikovsky on for the United States and Takahashi on for the Japanese. It'll be Tchaikovsky who will go first out of these two. Tchaikovsky is able to put the ball in the net. Helped on in by Takahashi. Looked like she actually kept it out, but she pushed it to her right, but only pushed it into the net. Over to you, Riko Takahashi, who is denied by Tchaikovsky. As it goes off the court, so it's a second miss for Japan. So we wait to see who the next two are to come on. So after two throws in this shootout, only one's been scored, which was Lisa Tchaikovsky. Amuro and Takahashi have missed for Japan. Mason missed the first one for the US. So Hagiwara, the number 6 for Japan, she's up next. And Dennis is on for the United States. So it is almost a bit like a penalty shootout sort of in football where each individual different one has to come on. So Japan, who last missed one, will get the very next one with Hagiwara. She will be denied. Brilliant stop by Dennis. 3 missed now for Japan. If this goes in, the US can taste the semi-finals. And he throws it to Dennis. 2-0 now, USA. Dennis puts it away. They are closing in on the semi-finals now. She put it away to the right of Hagiwara. As now Miller is about to come on for the USA. And Kakehata will go on for Japan. And it will be Miller who will go first out of these two. Can Miller put away the third penalty for the USA? Tuchalski and Dennis have done it before her. Now it's up to her to try to score. Miller with power. It's kept up by Kakehata. It was too straight. This has to go in for Japan. Eiko Kakehata. Nation wants you to deliver. And she will! It will go under Miller. So we're not done just yet. Japan able to score with Kakehata. Talk about pressure. So they're still in it. And only just. As Tema is going to be on for Japan. The number 1. And on for the USA will be the number 9, Mindy Cook. She's played no part in this game until now. Talk about the introduction to the game. This for 2-2. Yuki Tema will do just that. Now really, there is pressure on Mindy Cook and the United States. Of course, with no Kamiya, she can't take one for the Japanese. There is still one taker left for USA, which is Megan Jensen. Mindy Cook will look to try to score to put the USA 3-2 up here in this shootout, which she's missed. It's kept out. So Japan, they were on the verge of going out, and now very much still in this shootout. 2-2. After 10 throws, 5 each. There's Japan. Of course, as I mentioned, there's no Amy Kamiya. She's a non-participant, unavailable. So now Amuro is going to come back on again for Japan. It will be the Americans who will throw again first.
We're still not finished. We are going to go into sudden death.
We're into sudden death now.
Make some noise, show your appreciation for the two teams, USA and Japan.
You're into sudden death, of course. You've got to know the officials, who's going to be on the court. Well, this is as tense as it's got. Real spectacle in these shootout. Profligacy in front of goal has been telling. There was no goals in normal time. Tuchalski and Dennis scored penalties for the US. Miller would miss. That would mean that Japan had a chance to score with Eiko Kakehata, which he did. They would then score again with Tema. But then Mindy Cook would miss. That would mean that we go into sudden death. Just under a minute away now from sudden death starting in this shootout. The wait, no doubt, is going to be killing those players and staff and spectators. Still, we are unclear who is going to be taking the throw for America. It looks like it might be Eliana Mason, but we still don't know yet. It looks like it's a Muro for Japan. It will be USA who will throw first in sudden death, so it does look like it's going to be Eliana Mason. Both spectators are just sort of having a chant-off. Who's louder between shouting USA and shouting Japan? Does it sound so? There is the confirmation that Mason is on for the US. It will be a Muro who will go on for the Japanese. It's the first two takers who started the shootout they're on now. Mason first for America and scores. Muro has to score, or otherwise the US prevail and are in the last four. Pressure really is on the Muro. She scores! Still we go on! That is the best of the lot we've seen scored in this shootout so far. Excellent throw. Sprawling and nearly getting there was Mason. And it's now 3-3 in this shootout. Three missed each, three each scored. Takahashi, and now Ciechowski back on. Ciechowski missed her, scored her penalty. Takahashi missed. It will be Takahashi who will go first. How many throws the ball to her left? Right side of the court on your picture is where Japan are. Going into the left is Takahashi. She's denied by Ciechowski. So Japan, who'd converted the last three of their throws into the goal, have missed with Takahashi. If Ciechowski scores, USA through. She doesn't, we still go on. Ciechowski misses. Takahashi saved it. It was almost like Takahashi almost said, try and aim for my right side and I'll keep it out. And she did. So, next up is Amanda Dennis, then it's Hagiwara. So of course this, when it was the first bit of the shootout, they were the third takers for each. They're now back on for their second attempts. It will be Dennis who will go first for the United States. Left arm throw by Dennis, and it's missed, it's wide. Japan have a chance to win it. It was America's opportunity with Ciechowski last time out. It is now Japan's turn with Norika Hagiwara. Is Shea Baganers, has she got the composure and calmness to throw one in the goal. If she does, Japan are through. Hagiwara's done it! Japan are in the last 4. They've won this shootout. Norika Hagiwara, who missed her first throw, with her second one, is able to win it for Japan. Dennis missed. She put it wide of the goal on the far side. It was up to Norika Hagiwara to finish it off, which she did, as Japan win in the quarter-final against USA and are in the last 4, taking on Brazil for a chance to be in Sunday's final. But it was a shootout where they were having to overcome adversity, and they've done it. There is plenty of fight in this Japanese side as there's tears. Overjoyed, they celebrate the quarter-final win. But the Americans will not be in the last 4 as they've been beaten 4-3 in the throw shootout. It's Japan who are through, 0-0 after 4 periods and 30 minutes of action on court. They have won 4-3 in the throw shootout and on pens. And it's Iran-Korea next in the men's. That, of course, is due to start at 12, but we're going to be delaying with that start on court. China-Germany women coming up next at 1:15. Ukraine-Finland men is 2:30. 3:45 is Canada-Israel women, and at 5 o'clock it's Japan men against USA. So the battle of the countries spills onto the men's side of it. But next up it's Iran-Korea, whoever wins face Lithuania in the semi-final tomorrow. But 0-0 on court. It went to pens. It's Japan who win 4-3, courtesy of Norika Hagiwara slotting home the last penalty as they play Brazil in the first women's semi-final tomorrow on court in the CBS Arena in Coventry.
It's time to meet the players, starting with Iran. Number 1, Khalil Shabanasa. 3, Milad Suri. 4, Wadi Abbasi. 5, Mustafa Shabazi Yazoo. 8, Mohamed Banir Jomero. And number 9, Mohsen Abdul Maleki. The head coach is Baran Buslimala. Assistant coach Afsin Zamkarimi.
Yeah, we're just under 5 minutes away from the second men's quarter-final of the day, as Iran are taking on South Korea. Remember, the winners will face Lithuania in the semi-finals tomorrow at a later start. We were due to start 27 minutes ago, midday, but of course due to the fact that USA and Japan went to penalties after a 0-0 draw, with Japan winning 4-3, it's meant that this game has started at a slightly later time. As I mentioned, Lithuania, their opponents in the semi-finals, whoever it is to be Iran or South Korea, they beat Turkey at 10-2 in the first men's quarter-final. Elsewhere, earlier on today, Brazil beat Great Britain women 3-2 on court in Hall 2, which means they play Japan in the first of the women's semi-finals tomorrow. China women take on Germany women. That's a 1:15. Or it should be a little bit later on now because of the later start here. Ukraine, Finland, 2:30. Canada, Israel, due to start at 4:45. Japan, USA, men, 5 o'clock. But, of course, it might start later now with that Japan, USA women's game overrunning. Here is the Iran lineup then. Khalil Shahriar-Masab is number 1. They have Milad Souri as the number 3. Mahdi Abbasi, number 4. Mustafa Shabazi Yajul, number 5. Mohammad Pamia Jomaira, number 8. Number 9 is Mohsen Abdul Maleki. Bahman Dustivala Afshin Zankarimi is the assistant. And the other staff member is Hossein Soleimani Malikan. Well, for Korea, they have a lineup like this. They have Namo Kim, number 1. Sun Wok Hong, number 2. Won Jin Son, number 3. Myeon Jim Kim, 4. In Tae Jong is number 8. And Hak Soo-im is number 9. In Tae Jong is the player to listen out for and keep an eye on for this encounter. Jin Kim is the head coach. Shin Kim is the assistant. Jin Lee is the other member of the coaching staff. Well, we are just under 3 minutes away from the second men's quarter-final of the day getting started. Here is just a little brief guide if you're new to Goalball as a sport.
This is your guide to Goalball. The aim of Goalball is to throw a 1.25 kilogram ball into your opponent's goal and to prevent your opponent from doing the same. At the end of the match, the team with the most goals wins. It's a simple premise, but there's so much that adds layers of intrigue. At official competitions like the Paralympic Games, Goalball can be played by athletes who are blind or partially sighted. All players must wear eye shades to even the competition. Players have some audio and tactile cues to help them locate the ball and their surroundings. The lines on the court are slightly raised so players can feel where they are on the court. Added to that, the 1.25 kilogram ball has bells within it to help players locate its position. That's right, by the way, 1.25 kilograms. Goalball is played on a court of 18 by 9 metres, and the goals themselves are the full 9 metre width of the court. In teams of 3, players take turns to attack and defend depending on possession of the ball. It requires great toughness and durability as the game is played on a hard court with limited protection, and the only way to stop the ball going in is to block it, sometimes by hurling yourself across the hard court to make spectacular saves. In attack, different throwing techniques are used to generate power and accuracy and to try and dupe the opponent. The most common is the discus throw, where players spin and release akin to a discus thrower. A popular move, according to the Brazilian Special, involves powering the ball backwards through your own legs. Players aren't unlimited in their options though. Among the rules is a requirement for the ball to touch the floor in both your own and your opponent's half, much like a ping pong serve, to be a legal throw. At the Paralympics, throws have been measured at over 60 kilometres an hour, as the best players in the world look to fire their way to glory. The USA are the most successful country at the Paralympics, with both their men's and women's teams winning a combined 13 medals over the years. Their women's team have also got the most World Championships podiums. In the men's, the USA are also the most decorated with 5 Paralympic medals, closely followed by Lithuania with 4. Goalball is played all around the world at the highest level at world and regional championships in Europe, Africa, the Americas and Asia and Oceania, as well as lots of smaller competitions. So what are you waiting for? Check Goalball out now.
There will be Iran against Korea, both in white as well. However, though, for Iran, they are on the left side of the court, Korea on the right. It is white, their shirt, but they've got green and red on it. Korea with white and black on it, so that just tells the difference. So we're going to hear what the referee Romualdus Vaitekis has to say ahead of the start of this men's second quarter-final of the day. We'll reveal the three players who are starting for each side shortly. Iran are going to have their first attempt with Khalil Shafria Masab. Over there was kept out by Heksu Im. Korea right to left, Iran left to right. Kept out by Wonjin Son for Iran. They have Shahri Masab, number 1. Najul is the centre, and in the left of him is Abdul Maleki, number 9. For South Korea, Wonjin Song, the centre. The right of him is In Tae-jong in the red trainers with number 8 on as well. In the red trainers is Hak Soo-im in number 9. He's the left side of Wonjin Son. With power, kept out well there by Shahri Masab, who powers it, but it does just end up going over towards Mohsen Abdul Maleki. Off the court from Shahriar Masab, who hit it wide. Romualdus Vaitekis, the official, on the far side. The near side is Kazuto Ono. As of course, there are even timekeepers who are keeping a close eye. Patrick Larson and Balit Benker are the two doing that. Of course, the 10 seconds is to, of course, keep an eye on how long you have to have a shot at goal from. Remember, winners of this will play Lithuania in the semi-final tomorrow. The first one scheduled for 10:15. From Shafri and Masab is kept out by Hak Soo-im. Bouncing effort, spilt by Shafri Masab, but straight into the path again of Mohsen Abdul Maleki. His effort low across the floor is saved well by In Tae-jong. Side of Shafri Masab, and will be a Iran ball as it was off the court. Discus style throw, long way out. Bounces all the way into the other court. With In Tae-jong keeping it out. And there's the first goal. Big roar comes from the South Korean crowd. Hak Soo-im has got it. Lovely spin throw, it bounced along the floor. Helped on in by Mohsen Abdul Maleki, who could not keep it out. And South Korea have the lead. Tae-jong, who quite a few for Korea in their match yesterday with Great Britain, is unable to find the target with that attempt, as Abdul Maleki is just getting some words from Bahman Dustivala, the Iranian coach, in that grey polo. Stoppage in play allows him to do that. 9 minutes, 8 seconds remain. Iran 0, Korea 1 of the first half. As the Korean flag just below us, and our commentary position is just waving left to right. They have brought quite a bit of support of Korea from Asia to be here in Coventry. quite a detailed word with Abdul Maleki from Bahman Dustivala. Goes for it, kept out well though by Won Jin Son. Attempt by Inte Jong coming in from the centre, kept out. And I think all three Iranian players all tried their best to stop that ball going over the line. They have done well. So it still stays at 1-0, but they were all so desperate to stop it going in that all three of them were on their own goal line. As of course this is a all-Asian quarter-final. Maleki goes low, with power along the floor, but Inte Jong keeps him out. Real good effort that required a strong hand. Jong. Jin Song denies Shahriar Masab, the centre for South Korea. Now just gives it to Hak Soo-im, who scored the only goal of the game so far, and he will get the second. Perfect timing. As South Korea have a second, and it's Hak Soo-im who's got it again. Point off Shahriar Masab. As South Korea are 2 up. As there's a chance for some water to be taken on board by the Korean players on court, and to perhaps just get a bit of a wipe, of course, and take some of the sweat off their body, as well as the court as well, to get a wipe on the floor as well, with a member of the Iranian playing staff actually helping clean up as well. So 8 minutes 2 seconds of the first half remaining. Iran 0, Korea 2. As it stands, Korea going to be taking on Lithuania in the semi-finals, the side who they met in the group stage. It's now 2-1 with Abdul Maleki's powerful effort fired in. Brilliant spin. No chance anyone was keeping that out, despite Hak Soo-im giving a very good attempt to stop it. So Iran on the board, it's 2-1. I mean, it was quite close at one stage in the Lithuania-Turkey game, but in the end, Lithuania in the second half just ran riot, and Turkey were unable to control it. As it's going to be in for 3-1. Hak Soo-im gets another one. Well, that is quite a costly one to concede. Off the left foot of Shahriar Masab, then off his right leg and in. Hak Soo-im has got a hat-trick within 4.5 minutes of this first half. Iran are going to make a change.
Substitution for Iran coming off the courts. Number 1, Khalid Shahrazad, is replaced by number 8, Mohammed Pamia Jamir.
So Mohammed Pamia Jamairan is on in place of Khalid Shahriar Masab, who is replaced. As Iran make a very swift early first half change. Abdul Maleki coming for the far side and the near side. Goes down the middle this time, but it's well kept out by Won Jin Son. Effort in from Inte Jong is also kept out by the Iranian defence this time. Attempt by Abdulmaleki again is kept up. Well, Iran was second in the second of the men's groups. Korea were third, so Iran higher placed than Korea, but it's the side lower placed who lead the side higher placed from their 6 games. Tae-jong. Saving down to his right was Jomairan. With the attempt, which is kept up by Haksuim. 6 minutes remain. Iran 1, Korea 3 in this first half. And we saw just before us, hence why we had a delayed start. Japan, USA women play out a goalless draw on court. It had 4 periods, 30 minutes it lasted, no goals, and Japan would win in sudden death 4-3 on penalties to book their semi-final place and know that they've got Brazil to come up next. Lithuania earlier on beat Turkey at 10-2 in the first men's quarter-final. They will be facing the winners of this game, which currently is Korea, as they lead 3-1. Of course, as well, Brazil women beat Great Britain women on court in Hall 2, winning by 3-2. Earlier on today. Now trying to put Iran back to within 1 is Jomairan. But South Korea keep it out. Timeout called by South Korea. With 5 minutes 24 seconds remaining here in Coventry. Second men's quarter-final of the day. We'll get back underway after this South Korean timeout has come to an end. So it will be a South Korea ball as they were able to block an Iranian attempt. What Iran don't want, if they aren't to score, is to let Korea get a few more, because then the game's pretty much gone then. Jomairan, bouncing effort which had a lot of legs on it, but kept out by Iran, by South Korea. There's the opportunity to go 3-2 up, nearly was there for Iran. Haksuim rightly gets applause for the way he kept it out. It came off him. He moved, reacted quickly, and instinctively as well, keeps it at 3-1 for Korea. It was a fine stop as well. Haksuim going for it. Well saved though by Abdulmaleki for Iran. And we're on the South Korea bench as Namo Kim, Sun Wok Hong and Myeonjin Kim, Milad Suri, Mahdi Abbasi and Khalil Shahriar Masab, the Iranian sub. Shahriar Masab has already come on for Iran. Tae-jong with the attempt now for South Korea. Well kept out though by Mohammad Pamir Jomairan. Abdelmaleki then going for it as well. Went for the far corner, diagonally cross court, but Haksum in the way of it. As you can hear, the effort bounces along the floor into the landing zone of the Iranian half, but bounces off court and wide. Dead ball because of no touch from any defensive player. Im has touched it out off court for a Korean ball, as it was a decent save. Attempt by Im is kept out by the Iranian defence. Well, Im's got all three of the Korean goals. Mohsen Abdelmaleki scoring for Iran. It is Iran 1, Korea 3. With 3 minutes plus to go of this first half. Abdelmaleki going for power, low across the floor, but doesn't move away from Tae-Jong, who saves. Mairan through the centre, middle of the court, and into the centre of the South Korean Won Jin-sol. Attempt now with Tae-Jong wide. He went from the far side where he was to the near side, where Iran are defending. So, Won Jin-son is, of course, got the official Romualdas Vaitekius' permission to do a shoelace up on his left trainer. Of course, they have to tell the officials if they can do that, and as well, if they can take their eye shades off. If they don't, they will get penalised and it will result in an opposition penalty. There's Iran and Jamairan are going to have this next attempt. The effort is one that Korea stopped, but they've got themselves a penalty because of a high ball. Which Korea and Tae-Jong will look to go 4-1 up from. He's yet to score and put an imprint on this game. Well, that's now changed. South Korea 4-1 up. Gentle spin. Power to match. Always going in from Tae-Jong, that. And South Korea closing in on the last 4. And a meeting set up with Lithuania. Scheduled for 10:15 tomorrow morning. As Iran and then number 9 Mohsen Abdelmaleki couldn't get his effort forward from the discus style throw, bounced back in his court, and he just had to reluctantly and accept that he was going to have to throw it off the court to not give away a penalty. Attempt by Tae-Jong kept out. Abdelmaleki now for Iran, attempting one at Son to beat him or to get a deflection of some sort, but it has gone off Son and out off court for a Korea ball, which Haksum will have a go from. Tae-Jong now for South Korea, who just scored that penalty to put them 4-1 up, but he's not going to score in normal and in open play. To him. Denied well. Moving across to keep it out is Shabazi Yajul. Now Abdul Maleki going for it. Inte Jong in the way of it. So far, comfortable for South Korea. Abdul Maleki now coming to the opposite side of the court to shooting, kept up by Im. Jong then keeping out the latest Iranian effort. Away to his right, defending the right side of the court and in his own little goal. Coming in to try and make it 4-2 is Jomairan. Suim then has an attempt kept out by Iran. So we're into the final 10 seconds now. Taejong. Looking like he wasn't going to react at first was Abdul Maleki, but he did eventually keep it out. The effort from Jomairan is saved by Wonjin Son. Well, one-way traffic, and that one-way traffic has been South Korea. 4-1 up, 3 for Aksuim, 1 for Inte Jong. I've seen Korea go and get 4 in the first half. Mohsen Abdul Maleki may have put Iran on the scoreboard, but they've got work to do if they are to turn this around and beat in the semi-finals. Korea are half away from a setup of the semi-final with Lithuania. Half-time, it is Iran 1, South Korea 4.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA anti-doping app has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
So we're close to the second half starting. Will be South Korea who will be defending first. Iran right to left. Having the first attempt, which is kept out by South Korea. Abdulmaleki gets it from Shabazi Yajul. It does look like Iran are exactly the same to start the second half that ended the first half. South Korea definitely are, that's clear. And it does appear that it's the case with Iran. So I'll just go through the lineups quickly. South Korea left to right in their white shirts, but with black on various different bits of the shirt, front and back. Have left number 9, Haksu Im. They have in the middle Won Jin Song. On the right, it's In Tae Jong. And for Iran, they have Mohammad Pamaya Jamairan. On the right, in the middle, is Shabazi Yajul. And then they have Mohsen Abdulmaleki as the player on the left, on the near side of the court. Haksuim go for it, deflected and in, off Jamairan. The first goal of the second half is a South Korea one. 4 for Haksuim. They do have 2 lethal finishers in their ranks, in Im and Jong. It's taken them just over 60 seconds, but South Korea have managed to get a 5th goal as they lead 5-1. Attempt by Abdulmaleki, who has often come from the near side over to the far side, is close. As his effort is saved.
Substitution for Iran. Off the court, number 8, Mohammad Ali Jamairan, is replaced by number 3, Milad Su.
So a change for Iran, which has been made. Milad Suri is on for the side trailing in place of Jamairan, who is off. Of course, he deflected in Haksuim's 4th goal out of Korea's 5 that has seen them go 5-1 down. Haksuim will now have an attempt from the goal line. Going just to the middle line of the court in his own half, kept up by Shabazi Yajlu. Latest attempt by Iran, and the new sub Suri sees it kept up by Won Jin Son. Doing well to save Won Jin Son from Abdulmaleki. Well, they've already played Lithuania in this competition already, have South Korea. They're going to play them again as it stands. Unless Iran could score 4 to take it to overtime or 5 to win it. If they don't, then it will be a semi-final date with Lithuania, which will be the first men's semi-final tomorrow. The next men's quarter-final will be Ukraine against Finland, and it's now 6-1. In Tae Jong's got the 6th. Made a stop, got up, turned, and within around 5 seconds, not even that, he rolls in his 2nd, and South Korea's 6th. And with 9 minutes, 11 seconds to play, I think we can say victory is South Korea's now. As the timeout is now coming to a close. Korea 6, Iran 1. Of course, if you do lose in the quarterfinals, you don't just finish off, you do play one more game. Turkey will still be here after they were beaten by Lithuania, so they're going to play on Sunday. Of course, it's a match to potentially determine who's 7th, who's 8th as well. There's also Sunday, you see action where both the men's and the females see who finishes 5th and who finishes 6th. Only in the men's draw, Great Britain, Egypt, Australia and Argentina are the ones who've gone from the first round that won't play anymore. And it could be in for 7, and it is! Well, it's helped on in. The power from Jong was good. Number 3 for him. It goes off Suri and in. And Korea are 7-1 up against Iran. And really, I'm not looking back now, as they're only looking forward and looking forward for more goals, I think, that they hope they're going to get. So Shahriar Masab is going to come back on for Iran. So he comes on. As he, of course, started the game, so will be now coming on in place of Milad Suri. Shahriar Masab on. That's a powerful effort, which was low, stayed low. Lot behind the effort. Not a traction, but kept out well by Hexuim. Tempting from In Tae-jong, a rare miss from him. Next one picking out from the near side, going to the far side now. Rolling it on the floor, but it's off the court. Namo Kim, Sun Wook Hong, Myeonjim Kim, the 3 players South Korea could bring on from the bench. Abassi, Suri and Jomairan. 3 subs currently for Iran. Abbas is yet to see any of this game. Off the court again from In Tae-jong. He was off it when he took aim. So what does promise to be a very good semi-final will be Lithuania against South Korea. They played out 13 goals in the group stages when South Korea won 8-5 when they were down and behind in that game. Lithuania since then have been pretty strong. Japan and Lithuania finished above Korea in the standings in the group. Tempting from Jong, off the court again. Maybe he's just lost his focus a little bit. Has already got 3, Im's got 4. very clear with South Korea. Of course, the centre's very much just the defending player, but Im and Jong, very much themselves, are always on the hunt to try to score. Whether it seems as though it's sometimes just the one player who might be on court. So timeout and a drinks break within it. 6 minutes 49 seconds remain of this second men's quarter-final. To try to find an eighth was Hak-Soo-im there, back underway, around right to left, South Korea left to right. Jong with the effort, touched over by Abdul Maleki, well timed to get in the way of the shot, flew over the frame of the goal, of course very small frame of the goal, very wide though in terms of what to aim for. The width of the court is that entire goal, by the way. So Kazuto Ono was just doing a bit of check-in inside South Korea's court. All is now good to carry on. Tempting from Abdul Maleki is one that South Korea keep out. Well, in the first women's quarter-final, Great Britain lost 2-1 to Brazil. Japan and USA women played out a 0-0 draw, but Japan would win 4-3 on penalties. Of course, we are due to have China-Germany starting in 5 minutes, but of course that's not going to happen because of the way the game finished late between Japan and USA. It means we're just going to slightly be behind on the start times on this court. Jong with the effort. Hak-Soo-im with the effort. Well, kept out by the Iranian defence. Now Inte Jong will look to get number 4 for himself. Denied though by Shabazi Yajul. Now Abdul Maleki spinning, moving his arm across the frame of the goal with power, but Won Jin Song there to keep it out. Now Shahriar Masab going for it, well defended by Won Jin Song again. Remember the crowd and staff inside the venue have got to be quiet when the action is ongoing. Imlo going for the far corner, a little bit too straight as it's straight into Abdul Maleki. Of course, again goes from the other side of the court in his area, but is denied. Shahriar Masab trying to get the better of Won Jin Song, but kept out well. So Iran call a timeout, 3 minutes 54 seconds. Just after Shabazi Yadrul made a good stop. So South Korea's supporters are the ones who are doing the celebrating and the singing at the moment. They are heading into the semi-finals of the IBSA World Games. Which is being played in Coventry, the CBS Arena, which does, of course, play host to other sports, particularly football. Coventry City there, after a few years away in the wilderness where they actually played outside their own city. Was the rugby union side were here formerly, but they, of course, had an unfortunate collapse due to financial problems. But indoors, of course, is where the court is. Of course, it's big on conferences and events which often take place throughout the year at the CBS Arena. Shafria Masab was trying to go for it, but sort of just fell out of his hands. He was trying to let fly and let go. Yadrul will just throw it off the court. In Taejong with the effort for South Korea. Yadrul keeps it out. Well, it has just gone into a bit of a lull now. Bit of a sort of lack of intent for more, I think, from South Korea. Iran, though, they are beaten, so it is going to be hard for them to really sort of keep themselves motivated. As South Korea have got themselves a penalty. Didn't bounce in the landing area in the Korea half, so it's a chance to go 8-1 up here. Will it be him or will it be Jong to take? I think it's going to be him, you know. He's got 4, Jong's got 3. Will him get his 5th? And Korea's 8th. Yes, he will. So, here's second of the second half. His 5th overall. And his country's 8th. And it is now 8-1 to Korea here. As Jong keeps out the attempt from Abdul Maleki, goes behind him. Korean bench probably a little bit uncertain if that was going to fully go wide or in the goal. Attempt by Shafria Masab, kept out by South Korea. Won Jin Son on the sprint, will throw it to In Taejong. He goes all the way back from the goal line. Knows his efforts can move forward into the opposition half quite fast. Two minutes 35 remaining. Korea now in the semi-finals against Lithuania, which is to come tomorrow. Jonglo, straight at Abdul Maleki, gets up quickly. Tries to see if he can beat In Taejong, but he can. South Korea with 1 minute 57 seconds remaining. With Korea 8-1 up at the moment. Aksuin with 5, Jong with 3. Mohsen Abdul Maleki with the only goal to show for Iran on the scoreboard. As the South Korean centre, Won Jin Song, again is having his right shoe tied up by himself. Of course, had to alert the official on that side, Romualdas Vaitekius. So here's going to be an Iran penalty. This to double their tally. And for Abdul Maleki to score one in each half. Left hand across the top of the middle frame of the goal. Ball in his right hand. Abdul Maleki puts it away, but it will not stand. So it will be the other way round. As Korea now have their opportunity to get a penalty and make it 9-1. With it will be Inte Jeong. Denied though by Abdul Maleki. Well done to him for that. Doesn't get bigger for Korea, the scoreline. So it still remains 8-1 here. As it looks as though Korea are going to make a substitution, the first of the game for themselves. So Sun Wok Hong is going to come on. Won Jin Son's going to go off. Be interesting to see if Inte Jeong and Hak Soo-im do stay on court. So 90 seconds remain. Korea 8, Iran 1. As Korea, of course, did bring on Sun Wok Hong for Won Jin Son. Inte Jeong now would have the latest attempt for Korea. Bounces, goes and is saved by Shabazi Yajul, centre of the court for Iran. And then a rare effort from him is easy for Hak Soo-im to deal with. So less than a minute to go. 55.7 seconds to be precise as the clock stops for an Iranian timeout. So the timeout is over and we will get back to it with an Iranian shot. Shahriar Masab just sends it straight into Inte Jeong. Shafri Masab with power. Not going to go through Sun Wok Hong, I'm afraid. Suim then tries to get the better of Shabazi Yajul, but holds on. So still we go on. Last few seconds now. Time is ticking. I think the Iranian attempt is going to be the last one of the game, and it is. It's South Korea who are through. They will meet Lithuania in the semi-finals tomorrow. In Taejong and Hak Soo-im were phenomenal for Korea as they get past Iran. Lithuania 10, Turkey 2. That means Korea will play them in the semi-finals tomorrow. The first one in the action on semi-finals Saturday. Japan, USA was 0-0 in the first of the women's game on this core, but Japan would win 4-3 on penalties in sudden death. China, Germany next, which was due to start at 1:15, but with 10 minutes slightly over. Ukraine, Finland, Canada, Israel, and Japan, USA men is to come in the day as well. So we've seen 3 games on court now, and the second men's quarter-final was finished. Iran 1, Korea 8.
meet the players, starting with China. Number 1, Xu Yingjiang. 2, Jianhua Zhou. 4, Lixin Wang. 5, Liao Xu. 6, Junyang Wang. And number 7, Pei Qi. The head coach is Xiaopeng Jiang. And the staff, Liang Zhou. And now introducing Germany. Number 1, Emily Reinke. 2, Sophie Konowitz. 4, Charlotte Kirscher. 5, Pia Kanota. 6, Rowan Merlin. And number 7, Jennifer Koch. The head coach is Jessica Barr. Assistant coach Tobias Vesviva. And staff Henry Fulkmuth. Introducing your 2 referees, Andrea Kuhr, Jana Kaitanen, and Robert Avery. Thank you, enjoy the game. minutes, teams. 5 minutes.
Welcome along, everybody. China against Germany, the third women's quarter-final of the day. The second one on court in Hall 1. Game 83 overall of the Goalball tournament here at the World Games in Birmingham. Albeit, though, not in the actual city of Birmingham. This, as everybody knows, it's at the CBS Arena, which is in Coventry, a city in the Midlands. Albeit just a little bit outwards from Birmingham. China line up like this. Jiling Zhang, number 1, Zhenhua Chao, number 2, Li Zhenwang, number 4, Miao Zhu, number 5, Chunyan Wang is 6, number 7 is Pei Yinke, Xiaopeng Zhang is the head coach, Liming Zhang, and Jiuan Zhao is the staff member for China. Well, as for Germany, they are like this. Emily Rinke is the number 1, Sophie Kuldovitz, number 2, Charlotte Keher is number 4, Pia Kanauta number 5, Rawan Mardenley 7, Jennifer Koch number 7, Jessica Barr is the head coach, Tobias Westweber is the assistant, and Henry Volkmuth is the other staff member as well. So we're getting set for Germany against China, as we will see who they will be playing in the semi-final later when Canada take on Israel. That is the final women's quarter-final. We also have Ukraine against Finland and Japan against USA. If you can see, of course, the D on your schedule on your stream means it's delayed, so of course it won't be kicking off or starting at that time due to the late start between Japan and USA, which was 0-0, but of course on penalties it was 4-3. Lithuania 10, Turkey 2, Iran 1, Korea 8. Lithuania, Korea meet in the semi-final. Japan will meet Brazil, who of course beat Great Britain 3-2 earlier on court in Hall 2. So we are moments away from getting underway, game 83 of Goalball, as we're going to give you a little guide to how the sport works with just under 3 minutes to go until we start.
This is your guide to Goalball. The aim of Goalball is to throw a 1.25 kilogram ball into your opponent's goal and to prevent your opponent from doing the same. At the end of the match, the team with the most goals wins. It's a simple premise, but there's so much that adds layers of intrigue. At official competitions like the Paralympic Games, Goalball can be played by athletes who are blind or partially sighted. All players must wear eye shades to even the competition. Players have some audio and tactile cues to help them locate the ball and their surroundings. The lines on the court are slightly raised, so players can feel where they are on the court. Added to that, the 1.25 kilogram ball has bells within it to help players locate its position. That's right, by the way, 1.25 kilograms. Goalball is played on a court of 18 by 9 metres, and the goals themselves are the full 9 metre width of the court. In teams of 3, players take turns to attack and defend depending on possession of the ball. It requires great toughness and durability, as the game is played on a hard court with limited protection, and the only way to stop the ball going in is to block it, sometimes by hurling yourself across the hard court to make spectacular saves. In attack, different throwing techniques are used to generate power and accuracy and to try and dupe the opponent. The most common is the discus throw, where players spin and release akin to a discus thrower. A popular move, coined the Brazilian special, involves powering the ball backwards through your own legs. Players aren't unlimited in their options though. Among the rules is a requirement for the ball to touch the floor in both your own and your opponent's half, much like a ping pong serve, to be a legal throw. At the Paralympics, throws have been measured at over 60 kilometers an hour, as the best players in the world look to fire their way to glory. The USA are the most successful country at the Paralympics, with both their men's and women's teams winning a combined 13 medals over the years. Their women's team have also got the most World Championships podiums. In the men's, the USA are also the most decorated with 5 Paralympic medals, closely followed by Lithuania with 4. Goalball is played all around the world at the highest level at world and regional championships in Europe, Africa, the Americas and Asia and Oceania, as well as lots of smaller competitions. So what are you waiting for? Check Goalball out now.
Andrea Kuma blows her whistle and explains that China will start left to right in their red shirts with black all over the sleeves. Germany in red as well, and all red to notice the difference as well. We'll reveal who the three players are on court for each side very shortly. China, number 6, Chunyang Wang, gives it to Miao Zhu, who has an attempt herself, kept up well though by Germany defence. Charlotte Kaher is the player with the attempt. Opportunity for Germany, one that Miyazu gets down and keeps a hold of. Remember, the winners of this will play either Canada or Israel in the semi-final. Touched on there by Jennifer Koch, out of playing off the court for a Germany ball. So China have Zhenhua Chao, number 2, the left. Zhu is in the centre and Chunyang Wang is the right. The 3 for Germany are Kerher is the left, Marnley the centre, and Jennifer Koch is the right-sided of the 3. Watch out for China. Kicked off the court and well dealt with by Jennifer Koch. It's predominantly so far in this tournament when we've seen them on this court come on as a substitute. In from Chunyang Wang. Kept up. This game was due to start, remember, at 1:15, so we're slightly delayed. So, of course, it will affect the rest of the schedule. That was because of Japan and USA going all the way to sudden death on penalties, which would see Japan win 4-3 after the game was 0-0 after 30 minutes of action. Iran lost 8-1 to South Korea. Lithuania were 10-2 winners over Turkey, so they are the official first semi-final in the goalball for the men's at these World Games in Birmingham. Attempt by Chunyang Wang is in, and China have got the first goal. Along the floor, she was just hoping and praying that there was a touch from a German player, which it got. It was Kerher and also Marnley going for it. I think Marnley might have got the last touch. Certainly looked like it came off her hands rather than the inside foot on the right of Charlotte Kerher, but it's 1-0 to China with 9 minutes 35 seconds remaining of this first half. And on this court now, we actually have a goal in the women's quarter-finals. The attempt from Wang again goes this time the far side. She goes near side to far side with the effort. Attempting it now for Germany is Jennifer Koch, but kept up well by China, and that's 2-0 now. Oh, they're going to start to build a big lead and pretty much make this game done and dusted. We're still a long way to go. Has the feeling and the potential for that perhaps now with that second going in as a timeout's called. Well, China were brilliant in the group stages. They really didn't give too much away. They didn't drop many points. Overall, they ended up drawing just one of their 5 matches, which was against Israel. They won the other 4 against Japan, Greece, GB, and as well beat Australia. So they really were pretty much faultless in the groups. They're continuing that good vein of form into the quarterfinals. as they have a 2-goal lead over Germany. And of course we're 4th in the first group. USA, Canada, Brazil finished ahead of them. China of course top with Japan, Israel and Great Britain finishing below them. So a chance for Germany to come back. Attempt by Keher. Kept out well though by China's number 2, Zhenhua Chao. Keher with the bouncing effort, just hoping for it to go through a gap that might have been created, but there wasn't at all. So 7 minutes 47 seconds remain in the first half. China 2, Germany 0. China will have the next attempt, which will go in, and it's Zhenhua Chao who makes it 3-0. Came in the middle, lovely spin. A few little turns to match, and in to the back of the net via a German touch. China 3-0 up, and we've not even played 5 minutes of this first period yet. Keher will now have a go for China. But Jessica Bahr, the German head coach, is probably wondering what has happened to her side on court. Definitely, as it stands, not heading to overtime. China just looks so dominant in every aspect at the moment. Attempt from Keher was one that was trying to find the far side. Zhenhua Chao keeps it out. Attempt though goes wide of Keher's side, so both had a go at each other and both had to attack and shoot and defend. So Andrea Kumar and Robert Avery, the two officials, are meeting in the middle to discuss a possible offence here and possibly a decision that may go in one side's favour. Underway, no decisions given, no penalty, nothing like that, so it is just a German shot which China deal with. So this is the chance to be the 3rd semi-finalist out of 4. We know 2 already, Brazil and Japan. That is 1 tie already confirmed in the women's goalball tournament semi-finals. China needing Germany, Canada, Israel. The winners of that will play. As it stands, China. 6 minutes remain of the first period. Zhenhua Chao's effort though kept up by Charlotte Keher. Chao got the 3rd for China, not able to get a 4th as Martin keeps it out. She just goes right over to Keher. There's a go, but it's kept out well by Chunyang Wang. Martin kicking it against Charlotte Keher, who is now playing on the far side of the court. She was near side to start. Jennifer Koch was the other side, so they have change sides. China 3, Germany 0. 5 minutes plus remain of the first half. I think Germany are going to make a substitution here. Attempt from Kehe, straight down the middle, straight down the throat of Miao Zhu. Number 5, the China subs, Jiling Zhang, Li Zheng Wang, and Pei Yingke. Germany, Emmy Rinke, Sophie Kordovitz, and Pia Kanauta. The Germany substitutes. As it could be 4-0, it is. Goes off Jennifer Koch and in. As it's a goal for Chunyang Wang. China have a fourth. The power played a big part in that going in the net. It came off the leg of Jennifer Koch and found a way through. China already with one giant foot imprinted on the semi-finals. Jinhua Chao with the attempt, which is kept out by Germany's centre Martinley. She sprints all the way back for Kehe to have a go again. They've swapped this on side, so Kehe now on the near side. Koch on the far side. So there's going to be a German change. Charlotte Kehe is to be replaced as Pia Kanauta is going to go on. Attempting to try and pull one back for Germany was Kanauta. That's now 5-0. Jinhua Chao again, right on the goal line, came midway through the court, inner half, through the German defence. And in the middle of the goal, she finds a fifth for China. 3 minutes still to play. For this first half, China have 5 to Germany 0. Now Wang, who just made an attempt to deny Jennifer Koch, is able to have her shot denied. Another attempt for China, which Jinhua Chao sees saved by Rawan Marndli. The attempt by Chunyang Wang is hit wide. Oh, sorry, kept out, and then Germany go close with an effort wide from Koch. No effort, which will be a Germany penalty. Did bounce in the landing area, so giving it away was Jianhua Chao for China. Chance for Germany to get one back, which they cannot do, as it's been missed by Pia Kanauta. Next up on court, Ukraine against Finland, which is going to be slightly delayed from the 2:30 start was intended. Wang's denied by Jennifer Cork, who just tries to gently go through the middle, just trying to sense that there might have been a gap, but closed off if there was any. Fin left by Miao Zhu. Left-handed throw. It's tipped aside well by Pia Kanauta. Germany just need to at least get one or two to maybe get the Chinese to worry. Of course, if you're a Chinese fan watching this or listening to this, you don't hope complacency comes out. Certainly isn't shown at the moment. Caught going through the middle, but straight at Miao Zhu. I feel like, especially in the women's category, if you can get power on your shots, you are going to score a lot of goals. We've seen Brazil do that throughout this tournament in some games. We saw China do that as well. And with Brazil, of course, they've got their own sort of slant, the Brazilian special, where, of course, they have their back to goal and throw it behind them so they generate the power, which seemingly no side can, not many grasp anyway, and really keep out. And we will see that in action on this court tomorrow when they take on Japan in the first women's semi-final, as China are going to make a change with 1:24 of the first half to play. Jianhua Chao, it is to be replaced. As Jiling Zhang is going to be brought on. And of course, German women did fare better than the men, who didn't qualify. It's now 6-0 for China. Helped on in as the effort from Chunyang Wang was touched on in by the feet of Kanauta. So China in all sorts of control. They just look good. They just look like the side that are going to really take some stopping, and it's now 7-0. In by Wang again. Helped on in by Kanauta, who just didn't react in time. It almost just came off it, rather than a genuine attempt to sort of stop it. And it's China 7, Germany 0, with still a minute of this first half to play, and we could actually see the mercy rule here in this second period. Perhaps it might be a bit too much for the Chinese to hit 3 in 52.6 seconds of the first half that's left. But I probably wouldn't put it past them to give it a good go. Xiaopeng Zhang, the Chinese coach, is going to be, as you'd expect, thrilled with the way his side have performed. Chunyang Wang defends it. Miao Zhu getting up. She will have the throw. Has to just get it out of her hands and does. It bounces and goes all the way through to Pia Kanauta. And then it's denied by Zhu. Remember, if it is a difference of 10, the mercy rule will kick into play. China need 3 more for that to happen and hope Germany do not score. They did have a chance to, did Germany, but they missed the penalty in this first period. So the effort is in from Jiling Zhang. Getting out to low, kept out by Jiling Zhang, who thinks she's going to maybe hold on to this here. Oh no, she will find the time to get a shot away, which will be saved by Germany as the buzzer sounds. Well, China 7-0 up as Zhenhua Chao and Chunyang Wang, the 2 wide players for China, have been running right on court here. Germany simply have had nothing to stop them in any way at all. It is at the break. China 7, Germany 0, as China are 12 minutes away from a place in the semi-finals here at the World Games.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA anti-doping app has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
So China 7, Germany 0. China right to left in this second period where they're shooting into. Germany left to right shooting in this second half into it.
Substitution for Germany, out number 6, in number 4.
So, change for Germany. As Marnie goes off at Keher, I should say. So, Andrea Kuma, who threw the ball, it went under the legs of one of the Germany players, so that means we will have her throw it back in, and she does this time to Jennifer Koch. His effort is kept out by the Chinese centre Miao Zhu. It could be 8 here. No, it's not. It's just going to be touched in to Pia Canauta from Charlotte Caharer. It's going to be bounce off Caharer from kick from Jennifer Koch, who was trying to defend the China shot. So China, from left to right in the team, they have Jiling Zhang as number 1, Miao Zhu in the middle, and on the right is Chunyang Wang. And for Germany, they have from left to right, they have Jennifer Koch, Charlotte Caharer, and also Pia Canauta. China 7, Germany 0, over a minute plus gone of this second period. 10:50 to go. The attempt from Zhu is kept out by Caharer. Caharer, sorry. Chunyang Wang, that's number 8. First one of the second half for China. She is deadly when she gets the ball out of her hands. Chunyang Wang. That is now number 8. 2 more until the mercy rule applies if Germany, remember, do not score. As China, in a pressure game, have pretty much sewn this up. I don't think they mind going off that court early, as they are, as I said, 8-0 in front. So China make a change. As Pei Ying-ka is going to go on. And she is going to replace, I think, Chunyang Wang, who's going to be replaced as well. Zhu with the attempt for China. Brilliant stop by Pia Canauta. That is an excellent stop by the Germany number 5. Canauta with it. Kept out well though by the Chinese defence, and Jiling Zhang. Oh, sorry, Pei Ying-ka. Nearly through the gap getting in there was Jiling Zhang. It was on the near side, it was both Caharer and Canauta diving for it. Zhang again, that's number 9. It's kicked in by a German foot. They were trying to defend it. Took the sting out of it was Jennifer Koch, but unfortunately it's 9-0. One more for China. The game's done and dusted, and we won't carry on. So it will be a Germany attempt. Still 9 minutes to go. So Germany's mission now is to make sure this game doesn't end early. It's kept out well by China. Now Payinka going for it through the gap, but sticking a leg out to keep it out is Kahara. Not quite number 10 yet for China. Block off the German 5 Kanauta. Will be Germany's ball as it comes back on the court. Attempt low on the floor. So it will be a China penalty, and this to make it 10-0 and get the game done and dusted. With the mercy rule, of course, kicking in, which would be quite humiliating for Germany. It's off the post and in. That's now 10-0. Jilin Zhang has sealed it for China. Game called by the officials, and it pretty much was a no contest, and it ends abruptly. So we're still 8 minutes 38 seconds of the second half to play. China have managed to hit hit 3 more goals in the second period to make it 10-0 as they've wrapped it up in the most convincing fashion to beat Germany by 10 goals to 0. So Lithuania 10, Lithuania men 10, Turkey men 2. 0-0 between Japan and USA, which resulted in Japan winning on penalties. And then we saw earlier on as well, Iran 1, Korea 8 in the men's, and China with the mercy rule beating Germany women 10-0. Game 84 is to come. Ukraine against Finland, but it's full time and it's ended early as China win 10-0 against Germany, as for the first time on this court we have seen a women's game end in these World Games via the mercy rule and 10-goal swing. China 10, Germany 9.
it's time to meet the players, starting with Ukraine. Number 2, Anton Strashuk. 4, Yevgeny Simonenko. 5, Rodion Zahalev. And number 7, Alexander Topukov. Non-participating player, Vitaly Paponenko. And non-participating player, Vasil Ulin. The head coach is Fedor Dubrovin. Assistant coach, Anton Dubrovin. And staff, Victoria Parshivayo. And now, introducing Finland! Number 2, Will Montanen. Number 3, Ito Aronen. 4, Erkki Vidala. 7, Petri Bosko. 8, Mika Honkonen. And number 9, Joni Ullinen. The head coach is Pasi Porvokare. Assistant coach, Katja Hoikonen. And staff is Timo Honkonen. And now, introducing your 2 referees, Janice Dawson and Sarah Cooper. Thank you and enjoy the game. 5 minutes, teams. 5 minutes.
Welcome along, everybody. We are just under 5 minutes away from the third men's quarter-final getting started. Ukraine, who you probably would have to say are the favourites going into this, take on Finland in an all-European tie as they look to get their place in the semi-final secured. Ukraine line up with just 4 players, but it's not affected them all week. They've been pretty good with the disadvantage of 2 missing. Strelchik number 2, Shinenko number 4, Zlininy number 5 and Toporkov number 7. Ferdir and Anton Dubrovin are the head coach and assistant respectively. Victoria Poshivailo is the other member of staff as well, as she has been all week with the women's side. And for Finland, well, they've got the full 6. They've got Ville Montonen number 2, Eetu Erinen number 3, Erkki Minala at number 4, Petri Posio number 7, Mika Honkanen is number 8, and Joni Jölönen is number 9. Pasi Koivakari is the head coach, Katja Heikkinen is the assistant, and Teemu Honkanen is the staff member to match as well. Well, as I mentioned, we're just a few minutes away from the third quarter-final in the men's division getting underway here at the World Games in Birmingham, albeit Goalball, of course, taking place in Coventry City, just a little bit away from Birmingham. If you're new to Goalball and you're still a little bit unsure about how certain things in the sport work, here is a little guide to the sport before kick-off between Ukraine and Finland.
This is your guide to Goalball. The aim of Goalball is to throw a 1.25 kilogram ball into your opponent's goal and to prevent your opponent from doing the same. At the end of the match, the team with the most goals wins. It's a simple premise, but there's so much that adds layers of intrigue. At official competitions like the Paralympic Games, Goalball can be played by athletes who are blind or partially sighted. All players must wear eye shades to even the competition. Players have some audio and tactile cues to help them locate the ball and their surroundings. The lines on the court are slightly raised, so players can feel where they are on the court. Added to that, the 1.25 kilogram ball has bells within it to help players locate its position. That's right, by the way, 1.25 kilograms. Goalball is played on a court of 18 by 9 metres, and the goals themselves are the full 9 metre width of the court. In teams of 3, players take turns to attack and defend depending on possession of the ball. It requires great toughness and durability as the game is played on a hard court with limited protection, and the only way to stop the ball going in is to block it, sometimes by hurling yourself across the hard court to make spectacular saves. In attack, different throwing techniques are used to generate power and accuracy and to try and dupe the opponent. The most common is the discus throw, where players spin and release akin to a discus thrower. A popular move, coined the Brazilian special, involves powering the ball backwards through your own legs. Players aren't unlimited in their options though, among them for the ball to touch the floor in both your own and your opponent's half, much like a ping pong serve, to be a legal throw. At the Paralympics, throws have been measured at over 60 kilometers an hour, as the best players in the world look to fire their way to glory. The USA are the most successful country at the Paralympics, with both their men's and women's teams winning a combined 13 medals over the years. Their women's team have also got the most World Championships podiums. In the men's, the USA are also the most decorated with 5 Paralympic medals, closely followed by Lithuania with 4. Goalball is played all around the world at the highest level at world and regional championships in Europe, Africa, the Americas and Asia and Oceania, as well as lots of smaller competitions. So what are you waiting for? Check Goalball out now.
Officials are Sarah Kerper and Janice Dawson. We have Ramal Aldas, Vaitekis and Fariba Mohammadi as the 2 officials keeping watch of the clock for 10 seconds. Of course, making sure that the shots are within the time frame, as Janice Dawson will now speak ahead of the start of the game.
In this game, Ukraine is to my left, Finland to my right. I'd like to remind spectators to remain quiet while the ball is in play. And if you have a mobile phone, please switch it off now. Thank you. Ukraine will start with the ball. Quiet, please. Center. Play.
Ukraine right to left in blue against Finland, also left to right in blue. There's the first effort from Strelczyk, is kept out by Finland. So Strelczyk, Toporkov and Zlilanin are the three starters for Ukraine. As Posio helps it in. And Ukraine are in front. It's Anton Strelczyk. He scored both their goals in their draw with USA last night. And his effort has got off Posio, then got off him again. And it's Ukraine in front. 26 seconds in. It's the first time we get to see Rodion Zlilanin's throw. Kept out well, was it? Yes, just about as Honkanen got there. They tip it off of Erkki Minala as well. So Finland with Minala on the far left. The middle is Honkanen and the far right is where Posio is. He has been able to keep it out this time with a forward save. Or a save off his chest which sees the ball bounce forward. Ukraine have been very good in this tournament. They did top the second group in the men's tournament. Iran, USA, Turkey have finished below them. So 10 minutes, 46 seconds remain of the first half. It is Ukraine who lead. Finland 0, Ukraine 1. Strelczyk going to the far corner. Nearly helped in by Posio. That's actually a tremendous save. He gets down low, bounces up, goes off his right arm and wide of the goal. There it is, top keeping. Right, Petri Posio. Sliding going through the middle. That's a good stop. Low by Honkanen. Strelczyk looks to get the better of the Finnish defence. It's landed to Posio. All the other Finland defenders, Minala and Honkanen, blocked it. It went to Posio and they were almost saying to him, have a go yourself. Minala keeps it out and will be Finland's ball from Zlilanin's shot. Winner of this will play either Japan or USA, which is the final men's quarter-final on court later today. Due to start at 5 o'clock, but that might be slightly delayed. Zlilanin with the effort, it was low. Well kept up by Minala, power on that. Also by Zlilanin. Honkanen in the way of Zlilanin's effort through the middle. Touches it to Posio, whose effort is well saved by Zlilanin. Well, Finland were fourth in the first group because they finished above Great Britain and Egypt. Below Korea, Japan and Lithuania. And of course, as the sort of way the draw works for the quarter-finals, top of a group plays fourth and second will play third. And it's the same in the women's draw as well. So we already know who two of our men's semi-finalists are Lithuania and Korea, who will face each other. We'll find out who the third one is now. Minola's effort is wide and out, of course. It will be a dead ball for Ukraine. Strelchik, his effort is saved well by Posio. Volkov with the little touch, which will go straight into Rodion Zlilanin. Very much back and forth at the moment, with no efforts really taking a deflection or going right into the corner. Zinin had the effort, deflected off of Honkanen, but Minola, without moving, saw it come off his chest. Of course, even though Ukraine have only got 4 players to choose from, 2, of course, were part of the squad list on the team sheet, but they're not participating here in Coventry, so it has left them a little bit short, but they've been able to still do well. Dorchik goes for it. Well stopped by Posio. Zilanin denied by Honkanen. Every time Ukraine are about to line up a shot, Toporkov, the centre, is always tapping away in the sort of centre of the court, as his side are sort of preparing to get a chance away. Strelchik with a easy stop to deny Posio there. He's trying to go across court. Let it bounce away and in. Borkov with a rare effort from deep. Well stopped there by Erkki Minola. So 6 minutes, 14 seconds remain. Finland 0, Ukraine 1. Timeout called by Finland.
14 seconds remaining in the first half. Finland 0, Ukraine 1.
Anton Strelchik's only goal to put Ukraine in the lead. Well by Zlilanin, timeout over. Chance to go 2-0 up here perhaps for Zlilanin. It nearly was, you know. No, it will be. Oh, maybe not. Superbly kept out by Finland. It was to and fro, as you could tell, whether it was going to go in or not. Came off Honkanen, and Minola looked like he kept it out. Went past him. Nearly looked like it was going to end up in the net, only for him to save the day and stop it going in and being a 2-0 lead for Ukraine. So real nervous moments for Finland, but they've managed to just escape it. As Minola's throw through the middle is kept out by Strelchik. Effort goes low, and it's one that is kept out by Finland. With the little feint run, Honkanen was moving, and it's 2-0 in by Zlilanin. It works a treat, that little fake feint run by Anton Strelchik. Rodion Zlilanin was always going to be involved in some capacity for scoring, and is so here. As it is now 2-0 with 5 minutes, 11 seconds remaining. Goes forward again. Posio keeps it out. So Ukraine closing in on a place in the semi-finals. Attempt by Minala, it's 2-1. You really saw the power he put on it, spun right hand to the near side, beyond to Porkov and Zlilanin. And Finland threatening and on the verge of equalising now. Just one away from doing so. It is Finland 1, Ukraine 2 with 4 minutes 26 seconds remaining. Earlier on today, Lithuania 10, Turkey men 2, Japan 0, USA women 0, Japan won 4-3 on penalties in sudden death. Iran men 1, South Korea 8, China 10, Germany 0. The mercy rule applied, still with 8 minutes of the second half to play. Here though, Ukraine 2, Finland 1, Canada, Israel women is to come, as well as Japan men against USA. Earlier on as well, Great Britain 2, Brazil women 3. So we know 2 of our semi-finals. Brazil women against Japan women, Lithuania men against Korea. China will await the winners of Canada and Israel. Ukraine, as it stands, taking on either Japan or USA for a place in Sunday's final. But of course, if you are Finland and you do end up losing this game, you will be still playing at least one more game, because you may be taking part in a game to determine actually where you finish out of the 8 quarter-finalists in both the men and the women's. That applies for all the sides. So we know Turkey have already lost in the men's. We know Iran have also lost as well. So still not sure what's going to go on there as to who plays who in those matches for 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th. Posio with the attempt now for Finland. Bounces. Saved well by Zlilanin, who just got the block in. Storocic's effort. Reacting well is Minala. That's made some vital stops in this match so far. Timeout by Ukraine, which the officials now spot.
Timeout called by Ukraine with 2 minutes and 54 seconds left in the first half. Finland 1, Ukraine 2.
So, as you just heard, Finland trail only by 1. Still very, very much in this. This game is still alive as the small Finland flags are out in front of us. That white and blue cross. Moving from left to right. So it will be Ukraine attempt after their timeout. Zlilanin go through the middle. Oh, that's a brilliant finish. 3-1 Ukraine. Perfect time for a timeout. The breather, get his energy back. And Zlilanin makes it 3-1. Came off of Mika Honkanen in. Rodion Zlilanin gets the 2-goal cushion back for his country. Strelczyk is unable to find an effort and see the ball go past Mika Honkanen. Two minutes remain. Sealing in with the effort, tipped by Honkanen and tipped wide. There must have been a couple on the Ukrainian bench, the subs and coaching staff, that thought that might have just been creeping in. So nearly did. And that tipped hand from Mika Honkanen. Minala with the effort. Kept out by Strelczyk. Zilenin will go again. This time though straight. And pretty easy for Honkanen. Minala denied as Strelczyk keeps it out. Shinenko, the only sub for Ukraine. Montanen, Ernanen and Jörlinen, the players that may be used for Finland should Pasi Koivikari, the coach, want to make a change. Attempt by Osio, hits the post. Goes out. We are 3 minutes away from it being 3 o'clock in the UK. Speaking of 3, that's how many Ukraine have got in this first half. They lead 3-1 against Finland. Minala with the effort, bounces through to the middle. Kept out by Strelczyk, who then gets it from Toporkov, and it's nearly gone and found a way through. Minala there to swat it away. Finland were to just get one in the final 15 seconds that remain of this first half, then it might go at the break feeling a little bit more better going about chasing this deficit down. Minala will have this last attempt for Finland with power, and it's just going to go on the roof of the net. Zilenin got there, but touched it on the way behind him and over the goal as Ukraine nearly were at 3-2 up, rather than 3-1 up, which is the score going in at the break. Strelczyk and Zilenin put them 2-0 up. Erkki Minala put Finland back into within 1. And Rodion Zilenin got Ukraine that 2-goal cushion back as parity was restored. And it's half-time at the break. Ukraine 12 minutes away from appearing in the last 4. Ukraine 3, Finland 1 here at the CBS Arena in Coventry.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA anti-doping app has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Ukraine to my right. Halftime score is Finland 1, Ukraine 3. Finland will start with the ball. Quiet, please. Center.
Finland ball, right to left they go for this second period. Ukraine left to right, in blue. Just one colour blue on the shirt. They do have yellow on it, but that of course is for the numbers. Finland do have a little bit of white on the side of the shirt, as well as a little sort of line on the top and on the sort of collar or the sort of V-neck area of the shirt. Ukraine 3, Finland 1. It's the second period of this third men's quarter-final, which we've already seen Lithuania win 10-2 against Turkey. South Korea win 8-1 against Iran. That's one semi-final done and confirmed. Now we're just waiting to see what the other men's semi-final will be, as Ukraine, Finland will play either Japan or the United States tomorrow afternoon. Here with the throw. Kept that well by in for Ukraine. Strauchik to Porkov, Zinin in the 3. For Finland, they are the same as they have Minala, Honkanen and Posio. Sarah Kerper and Janet Dawson, the official. Sarah Kerper was actually going to put the whistle to her mouth because she thought Minala was off the court, but let the shot carry on and go towards goal anyway. Lenin will attempt an opportunity from the centre. Gap vacated by Toporkov, and it's in, it's 4-1. Well, there's the hat-trick for Rodion Zlilanin. Whenever he gets power on it, there's only one thing that's going to happen, and that's a goal. First one of the second half. Fourth one overall. Third for him. And Ukraine 4, Finland 1. Now the latest score. Team that just looked like they look so destined for the final, it feels like. Strauchik falling, Minile step back as well as Posio was just expecting the ball to hit them, but not quite from Strauchik, but from Zlilanin, but it didn't lead to a goal or anything. As the attempt from Posio has nearly found a way in. Strauchik helped on its way to the goal line and then scooping across to stop it going in was Rodion Zlilanin, who isn't just an effective attacker, but he's an effective defender. As his latest effort is denied by Mika Honkanen, Ville Montanen, Eetu Erunen and Joni Jölinen are the three players that Finland could use as Minala's efforts hit the post. Went past Strauchik and he was basically a statue as he saw it just brush past him. He certainly would have felt it as it went past him. The only Ukraine sub is Yevgeny Shenenko. Minala's effort is wide. Still no changes made by any side at the moment, as the Finland flags aren't waving at the moment. Probably feeling a little bit down. Can't really blame them with the scoreline against them. Effort from Zlilanin is kept out by Petri Posio. As that's now 5-1. Strauchik with his second. Creeped into the net. It was a bouncing effort off the inside of the post and in. No Finland player touching it on the way in. But what it did kiss was the inside of the post on the near side. Ukraine 5, Finland 1. And they've added 2 goals in not even 4 minutes of this first period to take even more of a command in this game. As Minala and Posio have actually now swapped sides. So Posio's near side, Minala on the far side. We could even be on course for a 3:45 start between Canada and Israel as well. That's the final women's quarter-final. And it's now 5-2. Minala scoring again for Finland. He got it up, looked up. Knew exactly where he wanted to put it and hoped for the best, and did. Beyond to Porkov on his left-hand side. And it's now 5-2. Strauchik turns into it. It's a good block by Petri Posio. Ukraine 5, Finland 2. 7 minutes 40 seconds remain here at the CBS Arena in Coventry. Strauchik's effort is kept out and gone off the court by Posio. That change to move and swap the defensive sides has worked out for Finland since that Strauchik goal. Timeout called by Finland. Ukraine 5, Finland 2 as the Finland flags still wave to the right of our camera position on the near side. A little bit of rattling from the Finland crowd. It's on board, chance for the court to get a wipe and chance for the players to maybe hear some of the words from the coaching staff. I do wonder with coaching staff, whenever they are losing, if they can, you know, how well they can hide their emotions, because you can't say anything when the action's ongoing because they will get penalised, so they've got to really hide it well. But then sometimes there probably is a lot of coaching staff who really do get animated with sort of a lot of gesticulating and lots of moving around, which probably make you realise they aren't too pleased with what they're seeing. Probably even is the case sometimes if a team's winning. Zlilanin. Effort though well held by Honkanen. Posio going for it. Trying to catch Strelchik out on his right side, but straight into him. And it is off the court for a Ukraine ball. So it's dropped for Strelchik. Ukraine will have the next effort. Going on through. Keeping out Posio. They're certainly seeing if Posio is able to keep out the Ukraine shots on the near side, and he's doing a good job. So Ukraine penalty. This to go 6-2 in front. 6 minutes 46 remaining. Erkki Minala going quite close to the first line just to make the angle short. Zlilanin will score as Minala dived to his right. It's now a bigger lead for Ukraine. Which is now 6-2. In Ukraine's favour. 4 of them have come from Zlilanin. The other 2 from Anton Strelchik. Minala, who's got the only 2 for Finland, going for it again. Straight into, though, Zlilanin. Spin effort, which again is kept out well by Minala. And it's now 6-3. Well, Minala went through the middle this time. The 2 Finnish wide players said after you. And it was almost like the Ukrainian defence said after you as well, because it just went through them. And Minala's got his 3rd. And it's now 6-3 in Ukraine's favour. As the ball is off the court. 6 minutes, 5 seconds remain. 9 goals. Ukraine 6, Finland 3. Borkov just throwing it back to Rodion Zlilanin. And it will be 7-3. Minala and Honkanen were just getting Posio were getting each other's way. So it's in by Zlilanin, and it is now 7-3. Strelchik trying to go through it. Minala sticking his right leg up high as it hit the inside of it to keep it out. Attempt by Honkanen is one that goes straight through to Borkov. Ukrainian timeout. 7-3 out with 5 minutes 32 seconds remaining. Next up on this court is Canada-Israel in the final women's quarter-final. Japan-USA men is at 5 o'clock. So we might be back onto the right start time. The delay, of course, has come in the form of that thrilling game where there was no goal scored in 30 minutes between Japan and USA, but the penalties didn't disappoint. Japan won 4-3 on it, winning on sudden death with Norika Hagiwara. Zlilanin going for it again as the action gets back underway here on court. Shenenko still not on yet for Ukraine. Montanen, Eronen and Jölonen yet to be brought on for Finland. That's a brilliant tip save by Posio to deny the Ukrainian attack and effort. So, speaking of a sub, there will be one now.
Substitution for Finland. On the court,
Villa Montanen is going to go on. He's having his eye shades checked by Janice Dawson. All seems good. All systems go for him to come on and be the first finish change. So he will join Erkki Minala and Mika Honkanen on court. Penalty is going to be a Ukrainian one as they can go 8-3 up. Minala gave it away with the effort, which was spotted as a infringement by the officials. Jilinin will take. It will be in for 8-3. Well, he was on the far side. Spin, discus type throw. Came off the side of Erkki Minala and in to the near corner. As it is now 8-3. So we're just under 5 minutes to go, Ukraine. Almost there. Oh, kept out by Strelczyk from the finish effort. May look to get number 9 here. Oh, kept out by Villa Montanen. Who's got bright light green trainers on. Not a personal favourite of mine, but each their own. Minala with the attempt for Finland after he kept out Jilinin. Touched off court and to the side by Strelczyk. So by Jilinin. Make that 9-3. Well, it's a brilliant throw again. Came off Villa Montanen. And Jilinin is just running away with it again in terms of scoring all these goals. 2 in the first half. 5 in the second. So Yevgeny Shienenko is to come on. He's got 5 in the second half of Jilinin. He's got 7 of their 9 overall. Shienenko goes on in place of Jilinin, who no doubt will enjoy a deserved bit of rest. Strelczyk with the attempt, kept out well. Shienenko came on and really helped in there. Win against Argentina is hoping to be a big helping hand in this game as well. Ukraine 9-3 up at the moment. But if they win and hold on, which they're going to do, Japan or USA is their next opponent in the semi-finals. A side in the USA they've already faced. Shienenko tries to go through the gap. I think he actually hit Honkanen in the face. There's Eetu Eronen is going to be ready and waiting to come on. Timeout called.
14 seconds remaining. Ukraine 9, Finland 3.
Ukraine 6 clear with a 9-3 lead against Finland. Finland, remember, were 4th in the first of the men's groups. Ukraine, of course, top. Top plays 4 for the other group, and then second will play 3rd from groups 1 and 2. Same in the format for the women's. Speaking of the women's, they're up next as Canada take on Israel. Effort by Miller is denied, but a long ball means it will be a Ukraine penalty. The 4th one for Finland, so they've been a little bit untidy in that sense. Chance for 10-3 with Shinenko. Borkov putting his hands together, anticipating the shot. Will be 10-3. Pretty easy for Shinenko in the end. He's come off and scored. He's quite a useful sub. So he's added 10-3, 3 to go. To get 3 more, the mercy rule applies.
Substitution for Finland coming off the court. Number 4, Erkki Nivala is replaced by number 3, Eetu Uronen.
So Eetu Uronen is going to go on. Just puts his sort of eye shades on. There's a large sort of dent on the back of his head. And the shades have gone on. So Finland making another sub. Minala off, Eetu Uronen on. Because some of those Finnish names you might be familiar with after they beat GB Men, didn't they, earlier in the tournament? Side who they would finish above to progress. Uronen with the effort. Straight into Shinenko. Oh, it's off the frame of the goal. And then bounce back into Ville Montonen. Well, that was nearly 11-3. That would have been a second for Shinenko. But Finland have got to thank the frame of the goal that it's only kept it at 10-3. It's now 10-4. Uronen has scored. That probably really shouldn't have gone in from the Ukraine perspective. They seemingly dived a bit early, did to Borkov and Shinenko. But it went through, the pair of them, and in from Eetu Uronen. It's now 10-4. So 2 minutes 5 seconds remain. Ukraine in the semi-finals, but what will the final score be? That is the only question that is being asked at the moment. Montonen with the effort for Finland. Done that well by Toporkov, and does seem to be a bit of confusion. I think Finland might be saying that Ukraine had a bit longer on the allotted time to have a shot. Janice Dawson and Sarah Kurper discussing it. So Shinenko has to defend. Finland will get a penalty over a possible offence. will be Vila Montanen who's going to look to try and score. Going right up close is Shinenko, the number 4. Montanen's gone right close to that very post on the near side. And he's denied. It's almost like Shinenko knew exactly what Finland and Vila Montanen were planning. Starocic's effort. Saved by Montanen. Aaron, and he scored the last of the 4 Finland goals. With an attempt that Ukraine keep out.
Timeout called by Finland, Ukraine 10.
Well, Montanen had the penalty for Finland, which Shinenko kept out. And he's almost pulled out a swagger walk like almost Conor McGregor does when, of course, he's sort of been in his fights in the UFC, or was. Now he's obviously retired, but bit of cockiness perhaps, maybe just being on show on court for the spectators and staff of both Ukraine and Finland from Yevgeny Shinenko. Almost telling them, yeah, I'm the man who's just stopped Finland from getting a 5th. All down to me. It has to be said, it was, to be fair. Aaron with the effort that goes wide. 70 seconds remain. Ukraine 10. Finland 4. Shinenko goes for it. Kept out there well by the Finnish defence. Seconds ticking down. Ukraine looking for an 11th. They're going to hit 10 like Lithuania did in their quarter-final win over Turkey this morning. South Korea hit 8 past Iran. Ukraine going to get the joint highest scores. China, of course, in the women's hit 10 past Germany. As the mercy rule came into effect. As Shinenko scores, it is now 11-4. Some of the Ukrainian shooting has been absolutely sensational. Low into the corner, found a way in. Yevgeny Shinenko makes it 11-4. And that might wrap up the scoring. Unless he can't find a way through there. Well, Ukraine are through. They are the 3rd of the men's sides into the last 4. They join Lithuania and Korea into the semi-finals. They won't know their opponents until around 6 o'clock this evening, potentially, and beyond, as Japan take on USA men. Canada, Israel is up next, but Ukraine are through and join Korea and Lithuania in the semi-finals, as it is finished here on court in Hall 1 here at the CBS Arena in Coventry. Ukraine 11, Finland 4.
the players, starting with Canada. Number 3, Whitney Bogart. 4, Megan Ball. 5, Emma Ranky. And number 7, Amy Burr. The head coach is Trent Fairweather. Assistant coach Megan Buttle. And staff is Chloe Gagnon. And
So the final quarter-final from the women's goalball is just a few minutes away. Canada against Israel, game number 85 of this tournament as a whole. And the winners of this will face China in the semi-finals, who put on a masterclass as they beat Germany by 10-0, with the Mercer rule in force, with still 8 minutes plus of the second half to play. We know 3 of the men's semi-finalists. Lithuania will play Korea. Lithuania beat Turkey at 10-2. Korea were 8-1 winners against Iran. Japan will play in the semi-finals. They, of course, beat USA on penalties 4-3 after a 0-0 draw. They'll face Brazil, who beat Great Britain earlier on the other court in Hall 2. And Ukraine beat Finland 11-4 in the last men's quarter-final. But Japan-USA men is the final one to come. We think a time just after 5 p.m, of course, with the delay coming on court due to Japan against USA women, which, of course, as I mentioned, went all the way to sudden death on penalties. Well, now to the two sides then, starting with Canada. 4 players only available to Trent Fairbrother. He's got Whitney Bogart as number 3, Megan Marr number 4, Emma Reinke number 5, and number 7 is Amy Burke. Megan Boutel and Chloe Gagnon are the 2 supporting staff to Trent Fairbrother, the head coach of Canada. And their opponents are Israel. They, of course, have 6, all of the numbers 1, 2, 6, but only 5 available. Noah Malka is a non-participating player who's number 2. The rest of the team then, Mohammed Ruzin number 1, Gal Hamrani number 3, Or Mizrahi number 4, number 5 is Ronnie Ohayon, and number 6 is Lichi Ben David. She is a player you need to keep an eye on, who is very much a player who can really pack some punch into her throw. Raj Shoam is the head coach. Mohammed Abu Ayash is the assistant. Aaron Rake is the other supporting member of staff. So the final women's quarter-final is about to get underway very, very shortly at the IBSA World Games in Birmingham, as we give you a little guide and a few little pointers to what goalball is exactly all about.
This is your guide to goalball. The aim of goalball is to throw a 1.25 kilogram ball into your opponent's goal and to prevent your opponent from doing the same. At the end of the match, the team with the most goals wins. It's a simple premise, but there's so much that adds layers of intrigue. At official competitions like the Paralympic Games, goalball can be played by athletes who are blind or partially sighted. All players must wear eye shades to even the competition. Players have some audio and tactile cues to help them locate the ball and their surroundings. The lines on the court are slightly raised, so players can feel where they are on the court. Added to that, the 1.25 kilogram ball has bells within it to help players locate its position. That's right, by the way, 1.25 kilograms. Goalball is played on a court of 18 by 9 metres, and the goals themselves are the full 9 metre width of the court. In teams of 3, players take turns to attack and defend depending on possession of the ball. It requires great toughness and durability, as the game is played on a hard court with limited protection, and the only way to stop the ball going in is to block it, sometimes by hurling yourself across the hard court to make spectacular saves. In attack, different throwing techniques are used to generate power and accuracy and to try and dupe the opponent. The most common is the discus throw, where players spin and release akin to a discus thrower. A popular move, coined the Brazilian special, involves powering the ball backwards through your own legs. Players aren't unlimited in their options though. Among the rules is a requirement for the ball to touch the floor in both your own and your opponent's half, much like a ping pong serve, to be a legal throw. At the Paralympics, throws have been measured at over 60 kilometers an hour, as the best players in the world look to fire their way to glory. The USA are the most successful country at the Paralympics, with both their men's and women's teams winning a combined 13 medals over the years. Their women's team have also got the most World Championships podiums. In the men's, the USA are also the most decorated with 5 Paralympic medals, closely followed by Lithuania with 4. Goalball is played all around the world at the highest level at world and regional championships in Europe, Africa, the Americas and Asia and Oceania, as well as lots of smaller competitions. So what are you waiting for? Check Goalball out now.
Just in time as we Wait to start the game. Canada left in red and black. Israel in all black. Canada will start, as you just heard from the official Mana Obaydat. We'll reveal who their three that are starting are for Canada and Israel shortly. So Ben-David will have the first attempt for Israel. Of course, she started. She's nearly put her side in front inside 14 seconds. Had it not been for Amy Burke's hand to it. She's got very smooth technique, very powerful throw. Does tend to stay straight, doesn't move around, so very difficult to stop. So now Mizrahi for Israel over on the far side. Going low, but getting it wide of Reinke's goal. Number 5 for Canada, who nearly puts the nation in front. Unable to find a way through there. Ben-David trying to go through the middle, just turning into it. Just to get any sort of contact to stop it was Whitney Bogart, who will give it to Burke. Quickly has to take the shot on and does. Hayen has tipped it to the right of Mizrahi as it clips off her front. Minutes 54 seconds remain. Canada 0, Israel 0. Final women's quarter-final. We know 3 of them. And we now have a goal as Lihi Ben-David has put Israel in front. Well, was identified she'd be the key player for Israel. That smooth technique again. Working a treat for Israel. Turn, spin. She can generate a lot of power. She doesn't need to tend to go right forward in her court. She can stay all the way back. Stayed low and stayed true as it went all the way through and in. As it is Israel who lead in the opening exchanges of this game. He's now is looking to try and get the better of Ben-David, but he's unable to do so. We have, of course, tomorrow Brazil against Japan in the first women's semi-final. China won the third one. If they are to, of course, win against Canada as it stands, Israel, they will face them in the second semi-final. Reinke with the attempt. Well kept out by Israel as Ben-David has a go. Counted off the feet of Amy Burke. Hayen holding on, and Mizrahi now will go through the centre and have an attempt. Kept out though by Canada. Ben-David to have a go. Burke with the save. Just sprinting all the way back to her goal line to give it to Mizrahi, who will be denied herself by Whitney Bogart, the centre for Canada. We'll reveal the 3 players on court for both shortly. As it's going to be 1-1 here. It came off Ronnie O'Hayen. Then just got a little clip on the inside of Ben David. And Amy Burke levels it for Canada. You don't need me to tell you who's let out that massive roar as to who's just scored. Of course, the Canada team, Bogart, Rinka, Burke in number order. Number order, Mizrahi, Ohayon, Ben David for Israel. This is going to be a very early change. Ohayon is to come off.
Substitution for Israel coming off the court. Number 5, Rani Ohayon, is replaced by number 3, Gal Hamrani.
So Gal Hamrani is going to be brought on. I wonder what that change is all about. Is it just a little issue with Ohayon or just purely tactical? No dummy run again. Ben David through the middle, but closed off by Burke. There's a barrier just in front of the goal and of the attempt, and that is Amy Burke. Who is that? Mizrahi trying to find the near corner from the far side of her court, but can't do so. Wide it goes from Rinka, who can't get that effort on target. So 1-1 it is, 8 minutes 19. Ben David coming all the way across court on her side. Just a little stoppage as Israel's coaching staff give some instructions to Mizrahi before she's about to shoot. Remember, we've already had one game in the women's go, all the way to sudden death penalties. Japan 0, USA 0. Japan won 4-3 on penalties. That meant that game was decided with Norika Hagiwara sealing it for Japan to put their place in the semi-finals against Brazil. Remember, the winners of this will play China, who probably have the tougher test after their impressive performance against Germany, where they won 10-0. The Mercy rule kicked in. Mizrahi with the effort. Kept out though by Whitney Bogart, the centre for Canada. Burke's attempt. That's also kept out, this time by Israel's number 4, Mizrahi. Attempting from Ben David is one Canada will keep out. Well, Canada were second in the first group in the women's standings. Only Brazil finished above them. And Israel were third. Only Japan and China were above them. Speaking of China, that's exactly who they're going to meet. One of these two, whoever wins. Because there has to be a loser. Loser of this will go into the match possibly for deciding 5th or 6th or 7th or 8th, depending on the scoreline. We know Germany are going to be in that match for 7th and 8th. So 6 minutes 36 remain. Canada 1, Israel 1 of this first period. Ben David's goal saw Israel in front, but they were hit back and pegged back by Amy Burke. Attempt by Ben David. Straight them at Burke, who Just as she tries to get up, the ball just sort of rolls off the court on her side. Reinke taking it across the court on the goal line. Going with her right hand. Kept out there by Hamrani. Now the centre. Mizrahi to her right. Ben David, the left of Hamrani. Burke is on the near side on the wing. The centre is Bogart. The left of Bogart is Reinke. Ben David going for it again. Bogart and Burke keeping it out. So Canada will have the next throw with Emily Reinke. Kept out well by the Israeli defence on that occasion. Israel are missing a player to choose from in Noah Malka. She's not participating. And it's 2-1. What a throw that is by Ben David. Talked about how good a throw she's got and what she possesses. And nobody, and I mean nobody for Canada, could even stop that. You could have had 6 players on the court. None of them would have got near it. It is now 2-1. Israel regain the lead, and it's Ben David once more. As it's now 2-2 with Canada equalising. Well, straight away, Amy Burke helped it in. The arm was raised to give it, so it is 2-2. When I say the arm, specifically more the official on the side of the goal. So Burke with this attempt, kept out by Ben David. He turns and spins, kept out by Whitney Bogart. Good tussle this so far. Seen a couple of punches from Israel that has landed heavily on the Canadians, but Canada have been able to bounce back and land a few punches of their own. As you heard from the announcer, it is 2-2. Timeout called. With 4 minutes 39 of this half remaining. One game to come after this is in the last men's quarter-final, as it is Japan against USA. Back on the way we go after this timeout. It will be Israel's ball. And David again. Well held there by Amy Burke. Right on throw bounces. Turning into it was Hamrani, but she turned into Mizrahi, who was able to get the ball held on to. So Bogart, who stopped it from going over the right side of the court, threw it off it because, way to her right, because she didn't want to concede a penalty. Ben David with the effort again. She's not afraid to move all around the court, is she, for an effort? Tipped aside and away by Bogart. David going for it, but by her standards, that's not the best attempt. As it might be helped in here. No, it's not. Burke's effort went on the frame of the goal via a big, wicked touch from the right leg of Gal Hamrani. Mizrahi now going forward again. Israel, but denied by Emma Heinke. So here in the CBS Arena in Coventry, we know 3 of the 4 semi-finalists in the women's division. Japan will play Brazil. China also there. Winners of this will play China. Ranker has a go again. Denied well there by Hamran, who came on for O'Hayan. Mizrahi having a go for Israel, but it's saved well by Bogart. Canada 2, Israel 2. Burke's effort, saved by Mizrahi. Now give it to Ben David and hope. Denied there by Burke, who keeps it out. Well, since she helped herself to 2, not been able to score since. And there's even a Canada player who's been able to score twice, Amy Burke. Quiet police shouts, Mana Obaidat, the referee on the far side. Linda Wellborn is the other referee on the near side. Ben David's effort touched out by Bogart as the ball was going to off the advertising boards. Some ferocity behind that throw, and even the clearance was a big one to take it all the way off the court. And David is denied. Down low to her right. To tip it behind her was Amy Burke. Good timing as well to get on the end of that shot. Ben David kept out with her effort. So certainly not just one Canada player has got to be on their toes to keep up Ben David. It feels like all the players on the court have. Reinke, Bogart and Burke have all made a save from her. Ben David going low, kept out by Burke. Under a minute to go. It's 2-2. Timeout called by Canada.
It's Canada 2, Israel 2.
So a chance for a timeout and a chance for a brief discussion. Less than a minute these timeouts at one time, aren't they? So timeout over. 49.6 seconds to go. It is. Still 2-2. Official by the goal drops it for Mizrahi to give it to Ben David. It was denied by Rinka. Rinka again there to keep out. Attempt now for Rinka. Mizrahi then goes low, kept out. Well, we had a few goals in the first half, but they've all since dried up towards the very end. That's the attempt from Burke is dealt with through the centre by Hamrani. As the buzzer sounds, it's half time. 2 apiece it is. Ben David would put Israel in front twice, but Canada responded twice with Amy Burke. So it is at the break here in Coventry in the final women's quarter-final of the day. Canada 2, Israel 2.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA anti-doping app has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
So it is 2 apiece. Canada right to left in red. Israel in black, left to right. So, Lehi Ben David is replaced as Elham Mohamed Ruzin comes on for the start of the second period. Canada, no changes, by the way, and tips onto the post for Reinke's shot. Ruzin with the save onto the post as she gets her eye shades checked by Mana Obaida, one of the two officials on the pitch. Linda Wellborn, by the way, is the other one. On the near side. Turning into it is Burke. Save well by Mizrahi. Certainly you would have maybe predicted China would have beaten and been favourites for Germany. Japan, USA was probably beforehand close to call, probably going into this, although maybe would have fancied Israel slightly over Canada, but again, probably a lot more people watching this sport would have probably maybe said you can make a case for Canada as well, so certainly not been a foregone conclusion who you would have predicted, whereas the men, no doubt, probably a lot of people would have said Lithuania, South Korea and Ukraine would have won their semi-finals. Attempting to try to put Canada in the lead for the first time today is Burke, but she's denied by Ruzin. Saved well by Reinke. On the near side, Reinke, Bogart and Burke, the three for Canada on the court. For Israel, Mizrahi, Hamrani and Ruzin. Hamrani sprints all the way back to give it to Elham Mohamed Ruzin. Off the court from Gal Hamrani because she might have been done by the 10-second rule and she didn't want to have a shot either that was not going to be good enough or travel towards the Canada landing area, because she's got to land in that first zone to count as a shot towards goal. Nine minutes 43 seconds remain. Israel 2, Canada 2. No goals yet in this second period. If there isn't one found of what's left, we go into overtime. Mizrahi having a go for Israel, which saved straight into the centre by Burke. Sorry, by Bogart, who gives it to Burke. Israel, Ruzin, Hamrani, Mizrahi on the court. No Noah Malka, she's not involved in this game. Hayon and Ben David on the bench. Both have been used as starters and come off. Megan Mann is the only sub for Canada. Reinke going for it. Saved by Mizrahi. I think Israel are going to make a change. And Rani going off. And Hayon is going to go on. So they made the first sub of the first period. Now they're going to make one in the second one. It's Raj Shoam, and it's going to be Hayon, the number 5, on for the number 3, Gal Hamrani, who is to come off. So Ruzin trying to get the better of Canada as we're back underway after that change. But trying to go in the corner. Mizrahi diving and Mizrahi saving. Good now for Canada, looking to try and make it 3-2. Yet to take the lead in this game. They've come back twice. There's another change for Israel. Nihi Ben David's going to come on. Checking her eye shades as Ruzhin goes off after only 3.5 minutes on court in this second half. By Ben David is kept out by Burke. Now goes into the centre of the court. Mizrahi keeping it out. We're 8 minutes away from going into overtime with the scores level. Still a lot of time for goals to come and for someone to be a winner and being one of the 4 semi-finalists. We know already 3 of them. China will be awaiting the winners of this. Japan already there. As well as Brazil. So we still await the 4th and final one. As Burke goes in with the attempt and it's gone in. Spilled by Ahayan through the arms of Mizrahi. And it is Canada who lead for the first time in this game, and it's courtesy of Amy Burke. And it's now 3-2 in Canada's favour. Ben David, 3-3. What a response that is. Powerful effort, right the way in. Deflected on into the goal. Canada's hero has been Burke. Israel's hero is Ben David. They needed her to equalise and step up, and she's done exactly that. Talk about a big game player. As it is 3-3 with 7 to go. When you got these two finding their range, it could be any scorers. Hayen just decides the best thing to do is throw it off the court. It's explained to not give away a penalty, because she might have been over the 10 seconds. She didn't feel a shot was the right thing to do. Attempt by Burke. Saved well by Mizrahi. David with power. Just turned face off the court rather than facing the goal. Tap by Hayen. Centre for Israel. Now Mizrahi right arm throw. Bounces away to the right of Burke on the far side. Helpton is in. No, not by Ohio, but there to get in front of it is Mizrahi. And the throw. Just wide. Of course, she can get a lot of that on there. Ranker with the attempt. Mizrahi saves. Timeout Israel.
Timeout called by Israel. 6 minutes and 19 seconds remaining. It's Israel 3, Canada 3.
So 3-3 it is. At the moment, every action critical by Raj Shoham and Trent Fairbrother, the head coaches of Israel and Canada. Every decision, every move they make could be so big to wait and how this game goes. Back underway we go. Ben David's effort towards the near side is kept up by Reinke. It's tipped into the side netting by Mizrahi. The net was rattling, but it's only the outside net as she's tipped it onto. Mana Abaidat, the official's gone right from the far side onto the court to speak to the official right next to the Israel goal. So it has gone in. They weren't sure if that had crossed the line or not, and it has now. So Canada are 4-3 up, regain the lead. Israel in disbelief. Canada certainly aren't. It is now 4-3 with them in the lead. That is why Abaidat has gone over the referee to speak with the goal official to see if that had crossed the line. And they've come to the decision that it has. Canada call the timeout. Raj Shoham, the head coach, is wanting to speak to the official by the side of the goal. And his words have got him nowhere, and it's going to stand at 4-3. The net was moving. Just assumed it might have just been knocked into the side net in there, but obviously couldn't quite see it on the shot that we had on your stream, so clearly was over the line, and the net was because Mizrahi was in it. But back we go. Ben David with the effort, saved by Burke. They're going to need her more often now, aren't they, than ever before. Mizrahi denies Burke with an outstretched save. 5 minutes to go. This was a decent attempt, which is kept up by the Israeli defence. Reinke with the go. Mizrahi diving and keeping it out. Reinke's effort straight at Hayen, who just plays it to her left quickly to Ben David. Right arm throw with power. Kept out by Burt though. And then Burke throws it off the court with no touch from an Israeli player, so it's a dead ball. As soon as Israel's defence pick it up, it goes straight to Ben David. Lining it up with a lot of room to run into. Reinke's effort then kept up by Mizrahi. 4 minutes 42 seconds remain. 7 goals have been shared between Israel and Canada. Israel 3, Canada 4. Just going to look to Ben David to get them out of jail. Denied though by Bogart. Reinke's then denied by Mizrahi. Who goes low, high ball, penalty, Canada. Chance to extend the lead to 2. and to be closer and to smell a place in the last four. Well, here is what has happened that has led to this penalty for Canada, which Burke takes and scores. They're closing in now on that semi-final. And facing China, Amy Burke along the floor just strokes it home. Easy as you like. It is now 5-3. As now Israel will make a substitution. Mizrahi will go off. So Elham Mohamed Ruzin goes on. So this is what had happened to put Canada 4-3 up. So now what they're saying is because when she went back to line up the shot, the ball was actually over the line. So it's not from this save, as that was kept out. But just watch, when she steps back, that ball, according to the officials, over the line. Tell you what, seeing that angle, both of them, it looks a bit inconclusive to me, but the official by the side of the goal says that stands and that will count. So it is Israel 3, Canada 5. They get 2, we're going to overtime. Ruzin's effort is kept out by the feet of Reinke. Still the same 3 on the court for Canada at the start of the game. Reinke goes for it. It's come off the top of the body of O'Hayan. Burke going for it again. Diving to keep it out as Ruzin, but it's past her and past the goal. So timeout called. It is Israel 3, Canada 5. Well, we see it again. So she saved that, Mizrahi. Then the ball comes to her. Well, the official saw it and gave it. Some seeing that might be convinced that that is, but seeing that, I'm not convinced that whole ball is over the line, you know. It does look like to me that a little bit is still sticking out in front of the line rather than behind the line. But the official gave it on the near side. Big, big call. In the quarterfinals here, the last one in the women's. We already know Japan through via winning on penalties against the USA. We know China are through. We also know Brazil are through. Brazil beat Great Britain 3-2 this morning on court in Hall 2. And we know China beat Germany 10-0 via the Mercy Rule. So all 3 games prior to this, completely different to the other one. Burke's effort kept out by O'Hayan. It's off the court, but it's on the Israeli side, so they will get the next attempt. Ruzin with the throw, kept out by Reinke. Canada just want that extra goal now to definitely get them over the line and to get them into the semi-finals. Amy Burke has been absolutely colossal with her shooting today, and if she gets another one, she'll definitely wrap it up for her country. As even Ben Davish has not got enough power in her shots anymore, it feels like. His fatigue just creeping in for Ben Davish, because the shots she's kind of putting in are just not as powerful or as strong as what they were previous. Reinke will now have an attempt here for Canada. Pushed off the court there by Ben David. Burke through the middle from the goal line. Just goes a couple of yards forward. Kept out. An easy stop for Ruzin. Remember, they could bring back on Mizrahi or Hamrani. Could Israel, but they don't. Has thrown it off the court. Or Canada, to make sure it's not the expense of a penalty for Israel. Still, Megan Mont waits to come on for Canada, and that might not even happen. Going for it now is Reinke. Denied though by O'Hayan. What would make this interesting if there was one Israel goal. There's so little time left. Timeout called by Israel. With the score at 5-3. Canada so close now to a place in the semi-finals against China, which would be, if of course there is no eventuality of overtime or a penalty shootout. In the games tomorrow, 11:30, their semi-final against China. Lithuania, Korea before that at 10:15. And starting off the day, Brazil against Japan at 9 o'clock. Rosen will now have a go, and she's just fallen over O'Hayan. And O'Hayan has luckily thrown it off the court. Well, that really was untimely for Israel. She tried to come centrally, and she just trips over O'Hayan, who had her hand down. She seemingly kind of pulled it away, and as she did, the foot of Rosen caught her hand and sent her flying and sent her over on the court. Really not what Israel needed. Reinke has a go, but it's off the court. They just need a shot to go in. With under a minute to go. Give it to Ben David. You're going to probably see now all the Israeli shots come from one single player, and that's the number 6, Lihi Ben David. Shout for a penalty. He's spotted a high ball against the Canada defence. So it will be Ben David who's going to take this. Against Emma Reinke. Big, important moment. Well, you can even hear the shouts before that even reached Ruzin to save from the Israeli bench, because they knew it was a penalty. Chance for Ben David to make it 5-4. She will not, as it's kept out. After the initial save from Reinke, they weren't sure if it was going to creep in or not. It might have just spun away and drifted over the goal line, but it didn't. It drifted away from the goal. And that might be it now for Israel and their chances of the semi-final. Burke just goes with a low effort. Less power, more placement, but wide on the near side. Ben David going again. Denied though by Burke. Off the court. As it will be Burke who just made that stop to take the next throw. Final 12 seconds. Off the court via the touch off Reinke, and it will be a Canada ball. which is going to go in off of Hayen. That is it now. Canada assured a victory. Reinke with the throw. Off of Hayen. It went high. It went looping in the air. And found a way low into the middle of the goal. 6-3 now, Canada. As that is it. Well, you've got to remember with Canada, they twice had to come from a deficit down in the first half. But in the second half, they were able to win by 6-3 as they set up a place in the semi-final and a game against China to come tomorrow morning. But it's a big result for Canada, who've made it through. And they were inspired mainly by Amy Burke's brilliant shooting that has sent them through. Canada are into the last four. Israel out. As we now know the four semi-finalists in the women's. It is Brazil against Japan. China against Canada. As Canada are in to the semi-finals of the Goalball in the World Games in Birmingham. It's finished here though in Coventry. Israel 3, Canada women 6. Canada march on to the semi-finals. Well, it's the second instalment of USA against Japan. Only this time it's the men's teams facing off rather than the women's. Here's what's happened earlier on today. Lithuania-Turkey was a 10-2 victory for Lithuania. On to the semi-finals they go. Japan 0, USA 0, but it went to penalties and it was 4-3 in sudden death in Japan's favour. So they take on Brazil, who won on court 2 earlier on today, beating Great Britain 3-2. Iran 1, Korea 8 in the men's. So they face Lithuania, Korea in the semi-finals. Mercy rule kicked in for China, winning 10-0 against Germany. Ukraine 11, Finland 4, and Canada 6, Israel 3, means China are their opponents. And it's Japan against USA at a slightly later time than 5 o'clock as we find out who will face Ukraine in the semi-finals tomorrow. Let's take a look at the sides then, starting with Japan, who are lined up like this. They have Yoto Sano, number 1, Yoshu Nobusawa, number 2, Yuji Tagauchi, number 4, Kazuya Kaneko, number 7, Koji Miyajiki, number 8, Yuta Kawashima, number 9. Rakiya Kudo is the head coach, Ai Toda is the assistant, Ryoga Hayashi is the other member of staff. And for the United States, they are pretty good when it comes to taking part in goalball. They are one of the strongest sides the Paralympics has seen. The World Games, they've been okay so far. They line up like this. Tyler Merrin is number 2. Zach Buehler is number 5. Callahan Young, number 6. Matt Simpson, 7. Christian King, number 8, whose equaliser got them a draw against Ukraine yesterday. And Lewis Walker's number 9. Keith Young's the head coach. James Wallace, assistant. Josh Walcott is the other staff member. Balint Benker and Rai Sepura are the 2 referees as we are into the last of the quarter-final action in what is day 6 of the goalball here at the IBSA World Games in Birmingham, albeit here at the CBS Arena in Coventry, a city in its own right, just slightly east of Birmingham. So we are ready and set for the 7th game on court in Hall 1, the final quarter-final match before we move on to the semi-finals tomorrow. It's Japan against USA to come next.
This is your guide to goalball. The aim of goalball is to throw a 1.25 kilogram ball into your opponent's goal and to prevent your opponent from doing the same. At the end of the match, the team with the most goals wins. It's a simple premise, but there's so much that adds layers of intrigue. At official competitions like the Paralympic Games, goalball can be played by athletes who are blind or partially sighted. All players must wear eye shades to even the competition. Players have some audio and tactile cues to help them locate the ball and their surroundings. The lines on the court are slightly raised, so players can feel where they are on the court. Added to that, the 1.25 kilogram ball has bells within it to help players locate its position. That's right, by the way, 1.25 kilograms. Goalball is played on a court of 18 by 9 metres, and the goals themselves are the full 9 metre width of the court. In teams of 3, players take turns to attack and defend depending on possession of the ball. It requires great toughness and durability as the game is played on a hard court with limited protection, and the only way to stop the ball going in is to block it, sometimes by hurling yourself across the hard court to make spectacular saves. In attack, different throwing techniques are used to generate power and accuracy and to try and dupe the opponent. The most common is the discus throw, where players spin and release akin to a discus thrower. A popular move, coined the Brazilian special, involves powering the ball backwards through your own legs. Players aren't unlimited in their options though. Among the rules is a requirement for the ball to touch the floor in both your own and your opponent's half, much like a ping pong serve, to be a legal throw. At the Paralympics, throws have been measured at over 60 kilometres an hour, as the best players in the world look to fire their way to glory. The USA are the most successful country at the Paralympics, with both their men's and women's teams winning a combined 13 medals over the years. Their women's team have also got the most World Championships podiums. In the men's, the USA are also the most decorated with 5 Paralympic medals, closely followed by Lithuania with 4. Goalball is played all around the world at the highest level at world and regional championships in Europe, Africa, the Americas and Asia and Oceania, as well as lots of smaller competitions. So what are you waiting for? Check Goalball out now.
So it will be USA left to right, Japan in the right side of the court. USA in their change strip of what they wore yesterday. Japan in white. Slightly different. It is navy blue, but red on the top for the USA rather than the white on the top and the sleeves. It's the first effort from Kazuya Kaneko is kept out. Sano's effort is wide. First attempt of the game for him. And we'll reveal the three sides. We'll reveal the two sides and how they line up on court very soon. So now Callan Young's going to have the first shot for the USA. Comes to nothing. It will be now Kaneko's go. Just there. Through the middle, well kept out. And he's able to go from attacker to defender by keeping out the American attempt. Well by Sano for Japan. Now it's with Kaneko, who's put it more than up. Power on it. The technique spot on. And he's found a way through. And Kazuya Kaneko gives Japan the lead. And we're barely a minute plus into this one here in Coventry. So not the best of starts to this one from the American point of view. Running across the line is Sano. Not quite 2-0 as Simpson keeps it out. With another attempt, and it's tipped onto the bar, sliding to stop it is Callan Young, and what a brilliant slide it was. The rattling made him react and slide across. Couldn't have gone any faster to slide across if he tried that again. Kept out by Kaneko. There is a lot of power on these shots, so he could be in for a real treat this game. Simpson keeps out Sano's attempt cross court. He then goes the other side. Kept in by Sano, then his effort is saved then by Simpson. Young with the effort. Trying to go through the gap, but denied by Kawashima. Japan has Sano, Kaneko, Kawashima. Number order in terms of who's on the court. Merrin, Young, Simpson on court for the United States of America right now. We'll get the next attempt with Merrin. Raw off the chest though of Kaneko. Turned into it, good block. 2.5 minutes in. USA 0, Japan 1. With the right to play Ukraine in the semi-finals tomorrow afternoon. Young's effort kept out by the diving Kawashima. Was Sano will get there though. High ball that Kawashima had to deal with against Simpson, and he did want to hold on to it. Kaneko's attempt held on to by Young. He then gets up and fires it. Kept up by Kawashima. Fast pace, real intensity, real tempo to this game. Succession of shots come in, one each for America and Japan, both denied by the defences. Kaneko trying to get it beyond Merrin in the centre, uses his feet to stop it. Does go through though to Simpson. Who's denied himself by Kawashima. Now passes it to Sano. That's the effort which Young keeps out. Really cannot take your eyes off this at the moment. They're going far side of the court, kept out well by Young. A few protests from the American bench, saying that they should have got a penalty perhaps for a high ball, but nothing wrong with it. Kept out there by Young on the attempt from Kaneko. Simpson with that effort. Of course, the high ball was the appeal that the Americans wanted against Japan, which was missed. Minutes 35 seconds remain of this first half. USA 0, Japan 1. Kaneko nearly through the gap, brilliantly stopped by Merrin. Simpson also trying to stop it as well. Be an American ball after a long line of shots for both. Simpson with the bounced effort. Brilliantly acrobatically keeping it out is Yuta Kawashima. And then just dizzying himself. He just lost his footing a little bit as he was on the way down, was Kazuya Kaneko. They still count as a shot that's within the laws of the game. Attempt through the middle, spilled by Merrin, hits the face of Young, and he's able to get back up and then come back. And it's in, and it's 1-1. Callaghan Young equalises for the United States. Slip through the fingers of the Japanese defence. Lovely turn and spin from the goal line, helped on its way in by Kawashima. And the Americans are level with Callaghan Young. 1-1. Simpson just throws it to Merrin. Certainly the tactic for the Americans at the moment is basically just pass it and just get a shot off. It doesn't matter if it's the centre, Merrin, or Young on the left, or Simpson on the right. Get it away if you can. There's a lot of force behind those attempts by both. Going nearly through the gap. Kicked out well though by Simpson. Attempt towards goals kept out by Sano. He gets up, Merrin saves it, bounced off the chest of Young. It'll be Merrin's turn to have a go now for the United States. Kept out there by Sano. Well, it is just non-stop. Exhilarating this game. We've got a rare break in play, as it is USA 1, Japan 1. Japan in front with Kazuya Kaneko. USA would level up with Callaghan Young as there's a timeout and a drinks break. Definitely the definition of refreshing drinks needed for both, as that's Kaneko's goal. Did he score right from the goal line? You can just see that spin he does, and he just generates that power. It just goes down, stays, and then just goes up, doesn't it? Past the US defence, and it was 1-0. And they would nearly go close again when Simpson had to make the block from Kaneko's effort. And this is the equaliser from Young. Helped on its way in. Kawashima in, and it was a leveller for the United States. Simpson with the attempt. Tipped away well by Kazuya Kaneko. Just bounced up, so that made it more difficult for him, but did go in. Kaneko with the throw, left hand. Gets that well by Simpson. Aaron's throw kept up by Kaneko again. Through the gap again. Marin cutting it out again. Young's effort on the stretch was Kawashima. Would also come off Sano. And off the court. Simpson now will just throw it to Marin, who demanded it and got it. Long way out. Not going to beat Kawashima. He just finds himself on the goal line, using his hand to help him across. Went with an attempt, low with power. Kept up brilliantly there by Callaghan Young. Tell you what, this is a contender for game of the tournament at the moment. Fast pace, non-stop. Can't take your eyes off this. Young. Ever so nearly making it 2-1. Along the line. Bounced, it was swerving, it was so difficult to get a hand to for Yuto Sano, but happy to see it go past him. For Japan, kept out well by Simpson. It's amazing to think we've got 3 minutes 18 seconds left of this first period and we've only had one timeout. The effort from Simpson is kept up by Sano. I even think the coaches have been so engrossed by this that they've almost sort of just switched off and forgot that they've got the chance for another timeout. As it's gone through the gap from Kaneko and it's in. Off the feet of Simpson. And Japan regain control. As the momentum is back with them. As it's 2 for Kaneko and 2 for Japan. By Young has just gone wide. Cheers you can hear from the spectators as the Japan support. Sano coming from the far side onto the near side. Low effort. Diving down to save it. Simpson. Kaneko doing so against Marin. Effort kept out with a low save by Kawashima. Kaneko's effort also again kept out by Marin. Time out. course, usually when the players are moving and diving around all over the place on court, they leave sort of sweat patches and marks on the court, and of course there's a chance to get a real good wipe on there because they have been moving around all over the place. Keith Young, the American head coach, is conversation with his 3 players. A chance as well for the players to even wipe sort of the sweat probably off their forehead, which has been coming into play ever since the game started. It's been literally non-stop, and I mean that. US ball to start with Merrin. Tapped well by Sano. And his effort in from the centre is wide. And from Simpson is wide, seen wide as well by Kaneko. With the go for Japan, kept out by Tyler Merrin. This has really just had the feel of sort of a basketball game. It's been off the court so little, on the court so much. You have a chance, we have a chance, seems to be the motto adopted by both. Neko's effort held well by Simpson. Now he has the go from the save. Hear the scream from Kawashima as he saves. It's just left to go off the court by the Japanese defence. Could be going in for 3-1. No, it's not. In the nick of time, Callaghan Young with his right hand flaps it away. Few more inches, that is over the line. I don't think any of that ball, maybe a tiny little bit may have just creeped over, but the whole ball has to be over the line, remember, and that definitely wasn't. As King comes on, see a replay of it again. A little bit far out on the angle though. Oh, that's definitely not over the line. Because there was debate about one of the Canada goals in that victory against Israel. And they won 6-3. Which was up for debate if it was right or not. They definitely got that one right. As King has gone on for Simpson. Wide though from the effort from King. Well by King to deny Kaneko. I don't think they're going to need 3 minutes for a break. They're going to need double the time to really catch their breath back. High quality this game. Definitely looking forward to a very good second half, which sees America with a chance now with King. It's bouncing, a lot of power on it. So he hits it down right into the ground. Kept out there by Kaneko from the American attempt. There is a little stoppage because Kaneko will have his eye shades checked. All okay. Away we go again. Low effort. Kept out well by Merrin. Kaneko, it's in! 3-1 Japan. Big, crucial time to score. He had to just take it on straight away. He didn't have a lot of time left to get the shot away, and it's gone off King and in. And it's now 3-1 Japan as the buzzer sounds. Well, it's been a brilliant first half. It really has. Great entertaining watch. Fast pace, non-stop. You attack, we attack. Kaneko with 3 for Japan. USA with the only goal coming from Callan Young. Great game so far. Hopefully more of the same. Certainly not going to be done on the goals, I can tell you that now. Hopefully it won't be a case of the commentators' curse. Half time in the final men's quarter-final. Japan 3, USA 1. Japan half away from a place in the semi-finals against Ukraine.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA anti-doping app has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Welcome back.
Halftime substitution, Japan out number 9, in number 4, and out number 7, and in number 8. Quiet, please. Center.
So USA right to left will start. Double change for Japan if you just caught that from the official ballot banker. Tagauchi and Miyajiki are on. Kawashima and Kaneko are off. Kaneko maybe surprisingly off, given he got a hat trick that has put Japan 3-1 up. So now Koji Miyajiki can have his first attempt. An effort. Comes out well. Right. King for the USA. Marin is denied as he kicked back into the American half by Tagauchi. There you go, have it back. Pretty much saying on that kick. It will be now King to have a go. Bounce, gets it low, and Miyajiki save. We've already got Lithuania against South Korea in the first semi-final. Of course, Japan and Ukraine as it stands in the second one, as USA tipper Japan effort over their own crossbar. Big important stop as well. Nearly deflected in, but just too high as it's gone over that frame of the goal. Young's effort kept out by Tagauchi. No effort which is saved by King, but will be caught by Merrin. Gets up, low, saved off Miyajiki. Japan balls it, went off the court. Might go in for 4-1 here. No, it will just go wide. Great effort by Miyajiki. King again sees the deflection go off. An American player and go wide or over the bar in respective terms. Go back into the American half via that block from Tagauchi after Young's attempt. 10 minutes, 35 seconds remain. Japan 3, USA 1 here in Coventry CBS Arena. Final quarter-final of the day in the men's. There will be a USA ball as they made the save from Sano's attempt. Sano, Tagauchi, Miyajiki on for Japan. Merrin, Young and King on for USA. Nobusawa, Kaneko, Kawashima bench for Japan. For the United States, Buehler, Walker and Simpson. Miyajiki going low, kept up by Merrin. Straight back to Miyajiki, who then is denied by Merrin again. He will now lay it off to Callahan Young. Bouncing effort, difficult one. Is that a high ball? It is. Well, he took the throw and it bounced well inside his half. Skipped over the landing area and was kept out by Sano. So it's a high ball and a penalty for Japan. It won't be 4-1 because Young has kept out Sano's effort. Well done, Callahan Young. Timeout called by Japan. Japan still 3-1 up from the first half. Lithuania will take on South Korea in the other semi-final. Lithuania were 10-2 winners over Turkey earlier on today. South Korea won 8-1 against Iran in the women's. Japan-USA was 0-0 in the first instalment of these two countries facing off against each other in the Goalball tournament here at the World Games in Birmingham, or in Coventry for the Goalball. It was 0-0. Japan won 4-3 on penalties after sudden death. China beat Germany 10-0 via the mercy rule. And we also saw Canada beat Israel 6-3. And Brazil, of course, earlier on court in Hall 2 beat Great Britain 3-2. So we know the 4 semi-finalists in the women's. Who's the last one here between Japan and USA? Japan at the minute. Young's effort off the court and wide. Just one goal for the USA would be ideal because it would get the belief back in them. Change for the United States.
Substitution for the USA. Off the court, number 8, Christian King, is replaced by number 7, Matthew Simpson.
So Simpson on, King off. It was King that came on for Simpson at the start of the first half, or during the first half. It's now during the second half that Simpson's replaced King. Young now getting up, right arm throw, kept out by the feet of Tagauchi. Cheeky with the throw. Well kept out there by this defence. Tagauchi's trying to volley it clear. Missed it. Miyajiki there though alongside him to let the ball just drop down. So he kept it out. Still we've got the same intensity and drive by both to try and get as many goals as they can. By Simpson, kept up by Tagauchi, parries it, but is able to collect the loose ball. Sano with the low throw, trying to get it through the gap low and beyond Marin, but doesn't do so. It's Young instead, saved by Sano. Miyajiki's turn. Marin saves, timeout called. Just as Marin was lining up an opportunity. USA timeout. Still Japan 3, USA 1. Closest men's game we have had up to this point of the second half. Lithuania, Turkey was a landslide pretty much. It was done and dusted there and then. Iran, South Korea just powered in the second half. Same with Ukraine against Finland, but this just feels that little bit more different. Away we go. Young's effort kept up by Sano. Japan, I think we feel like one more will see them through. Sano is looking to get, but won't get. The attempt by US is one that they've kept out. It was brilliantly done by Marin, who held on to it and stopped it going on the goal line and over in the net. Seven minutes, 26 seconds remain. Japan 3, USA 1. Koji Miyajiki now with the next attempt. Into the ground and in, and that's 4-1. Finally a goal in the second period, and it's one for Japan and one for Koji Miyajiki. It bounced, it went all the way through. USA reacted just a little bit too late. 4-1 now. And it seems as though Japan are going to give out a double dose of defeat out to the United States. It was the women in the morning, now the men are doing it in the evening. Miyajiki again, kept out by Young, who's always up so quickly to try and shoot. Kept out by Young again. Now Simpson's turn. Saved by Sano. No effort, which just using his chest to keep out with his arms out was Maron. Good work. Back on the way we go with Young's attempt, kept out by Sano. Simpson for the United States. Missed by Tagauchi, but Miyajiki was there to hold on to it. Played to Sano along the floor. You can hear that bouncing and rattling inside the ball. Five minutes 49 remain. Chance for the court to get a wipe. Of course, the players have been moving around. They've left sort of sweat marks and patches on the court. It's only the American side that's getting a clean. There, court side anyway. And Zach Buehler is going to come on. Of course, you're not just done after the quarterfinals. You do stay and play another match. There's Tyler Merrin is going off. So Buehler is on. Man who has the pink headband and of course has Nike on it, which of course is above his forehead, and one of the eye shades just underneath it.
Come on.
3 down to the Americans, 3 goals to take it to overtime. It's a big ask, admittedly, but there's hope. Jiki now for Japan. Buehler keeps it out. Will be a Japan ball as it went off the court. And those efforts saved. Wide. He's now gone to the near side. He came on the far side. Now over on that side now for the USA is Simpson. Young in the middle of the 3. Japan have Sano, Tagauchi and Miyajiki from right to left. Jiki's effort kept out by Simpson, who's now in the middle at the moment. Young's gone over to the far right side of the court in his own area. So 4 minutes 48 remain. USA will be the next to have a shot. Young, court. Still encouraging are the US support. They really are loud every time the ball is off court. There's a stoppage in play. Cheeky low, kept out by Buehler. Though his attempt is saved by Sano. As Sano is just having his eyes shades checked by the official ballot banker. Semi-finals start tomorrow. Brazil-Japan, 9 a.m. in the women's, the first one, the first men's semi-final. Should there be no, of course, overtime. Lithuania-Korea, 10:15, 11:30. China-Canada, and then Ukraine against Japan as it stands is the second men's semi-final. Attempt by Sano's kept out by Young. Look at the score for the United States, and he nearly does. Sano's left hand bashes it away. Hit Tagauchi, came back to him. Lucky, very lucky with Japan there. So there's going to be a change for USA. So Tyler Merrin is to be brought back on. Court just getting a wipe on the right side where the Americans are defending it at the moment. Japan's players all sat down and in position in their structure. They're just patiently waiting, and they'll happily be patient now, and they're 4-1 up with 3 minutes 34 seconds to go. His effort kept up by Tagauchi. Sano will have a go for Japan. Right wing it, then he defends Young's attempt. Now it's over to Koji Miyajiki to have a go. Kept out again by Miyajiki in Japan. Buehler just deciding to give it to Callaghan Young. He seems to be the man they're relying on in the American ranks. Attempt by Merrin, just eventually Japan keep out. It's almost like it slowed down as he got close to the Japanese defence. Timeout called by the USA. Japan 4-1 up with 2 minutes 19 to go. They are nearly there. Of course, as I mentioned, if you win, you go on to the semi-finals. If you lose, of course, you stay and play at least one more game. So here is the effort from Yuto Sano, which he would miss from the penalty because of the high ball. But then Koji Miyajiki would then nearly put Japan further ahead. Young kept out his effort. It then slipped behind him. And then brilliantly stopping it with his feet was Merrin. And now as a go for the United States. Kept out though by Sano. his effort. Aaron tried to save with his left. It came off his right side, actually, his thigh to be more precise. So the whistle had sounded as the effort came in from Meron. So I think that's the sound of a penalty for Japan. Chance to go 5-1 up here with 1:50 to go. Just trying to move over to his right is the American defender. Miyajiki puts it away, and that's number 5. Well, it was Meron who moved over to his right, but just away and put it beyond his left was Miyajiki. 5-1 it is now. Just playing now for Bryder, the United States. Will be beyond this game because they still have to be here, don't they, to play in a game that they might find a bit meaningless as to where they potentially will finish out of the placings in this tournament. So it's not going to be in the top 4. We know that, because if you reach the quarterfinals in the men and the women's and you lose it, you stay on to compete in either the 7th, 8th place match or the 5th and 6th place match. So Japan change. Yoshu Nobusawa going to be on for the final 75 seconds. Chance for him to come on the court and make an appearance. So we now know who our semi-finalists are going to be. Only one country has a woman representative in the semi-finals and a man's nation representative in the semi-finals. That's Japan. Brazil take them on in the women's tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, 10:15 Lithuania against Korea. China against Canada in the second women's semi-final, second men's semi-final, Ukraine versus Japan. So if all goes well. And of course there is no delay on the games because of various issues which could be overtime or sudden death on penalties, whatever else. Just the 4 games tomorrow on court. We know that much. Jiki with the attempt. Kept out by Meron. Usawa. And the sort of yellow undershirt. His right arm pulled up to his sort of tricep. The left arm of it down to his wrist. White shirt, of course, over it, his team's colours. Miyajiki's effort going across court diagonally. Good with a hand to it, off court it goes, USA ball. So off it went from the attempt from Meron. 15 seconds, very slow to take this is Miyajiki. So a chance for the ball to get a bit of a wipe with 10.3 seconds remaining. Ula's effort. Saved well by Nobusawa. There it is. The whistle sounds. Japan have done what the women did and have beaten the United States, albeit though the men did it within 2 periods of normal time and not overtime in a penalty shootout. They've won 5-1 against the US too. book their place in the men's semi-finals and set up a tie against Ukraine. As we now know who the 4 semi-finalists are in the men's and of the women's, with the semi-finals taking place tomorrow. 2 for Miyajiki, 3 for Kaneko. Calhoun Young would score for the US, but it's Japan who have prevailed in the men's. As the day's fixtures and results at that list: Lithuania 10, Turkey 2 in the men's. Japan beat USA after 0-0 in 30 minutes of action. They won 4-3 on penalties in sudden death. Korea will take on Lithuania in the first men's semi-final tomorrow. They won 8-1 against Iran. The mercy rule was brought in as China won 10-0 against Germany. Ukraine 11, Finland men 4, Canada 6, Israel women 3. They'll take on China in the second women's semi-final. And in the second men's semi-final, it'll be Japan who take on Ukraine. They've beaten USA by 5-1 as that rounds off day 6 action of the Goalball here at the CBS Arena in Coventry. So if anyone